possible. You are live. I like to see that. When that thing say you are live, you are now. So I know these people like Devil 666. I know they like, oh, you live? As soon as I say, hey, I'm not listening to them. Oh, shoot. I don't hear nothing. Hey, Mike. Is it my speaker something wrong? Come here.
Operation.
Oh, I don't hear nothing over here. Okay. All right. Later. Wendy, can you hear me? I'm so sorry. I don't hear anything. It's sick. The demos. Oh, shoot.
Deep. This whole.
Never mind. I don't hear nothing because I didn't have the play button on.
Stories. They put fake people in your life, and then they gaslight you into crashing out if they can, and that's what they're doing to them.
All right, y'all. What's up, Paul Me's World? How you doing, Paul? I'm hoping, Paul, I'm hoping we can hook up and do a vacation thing. Once the wife get here, we getting married and we start traveling and stuff. And that's on my bucket list, brother, to do any type of traveling with you. Brittany, hey Mike, hi chat. I can hear you. You can't hear me, girl. You cannot hear me. You cannot hear me. No, you can't. That's a figment of your imagination. But you can't hear me. He said, you getting married? Yeah, I'm going to try it one more time there, Paul. Brittany, how you doing, dear? Miss Beautiful. Wendy, hello, Brittany. Yeah, I put my old man stuff on. Yes, 5th time, Paul. Yeah, you right about that. Jaguar Wright is live, and when Jaguar Wright is live, we try to do something different. You feel me? So, they not like us. They not like us. So come on. Yeah. Brittany, hi Wendy, congrats, Mike. Yeah, the 5th time. We not looking at it like I'm getting married. We need to get married in order for her to get a citizenship. So fiance visa. So many people have said what you call it? What you call it? A wife by mail, a bride, male bride, and all that. I don't heard it all. You name it, I don't heard it. Male bride / be careful, Mike. But we've been knowing each other for 10 years. And I just told her, we both almost said it at the same time. She said, honey, I'm tired. And I'm like, I feel the same way. I said, I'm tired. I'm just tired of being single, being by myself. I'm ready to settle down with one person and I mean, it ain't like I'm a gigolo or anything anyway. And we known each other for a long time, and we both like the same thing. Understood I don't have a big wedding. We got married at a courthouse. Yeah. Did that too, Wendy. So need some We need something like, you know, I need somebody to rub my feet when my feet cramp up. My feet keep cramping up, man. we gonna do this reaction understood. I didn't have a big one. Yeah. Half of the people is new to me also here. A lot of women. I remember Emma, yep, and Tika were the only ones. Yep. Hi, Emma. Hi, Emma. Yeah, she come past every now and then. And they're gonna see, everybody gonna see that the channel done grew. We got 1.545 now. Whoa, 1.5. I remember we was at 3. We was at 2,000 for a long time, man. And then finally, I said, man, I'm tired of seeing that 2 up there. Let's make it a 3, y'all. Let's make it a 3. We start pushing a little teeny bit. 4,000 subscribers came real fast on the live channel. And I was telling Tahir and the team, every time we do something, they want to do everything on the big channel. And that's, you know, still worth celebrating. Amen. Amen. Heck, your feet. Yeah, Wendy, my daggone feet kept cramping up until I started. It's not as bad. It cramp up sometimes until I start. Look, here go my commercial. Until I started drinking and using Azria. Ladies and gentlemen, brought to you by Azria, the drink that helps your feet not cramp up. Now, but Azria, this works on a cellular level, and it help replenish your cells. So it help with diabetes, high blood pressure, stuff like that, headaches and everything. They meet here. Yeah, Emma married to classic gamer Barbie, and they met on my channel. That's my lie. I'm sticking to it. Actually, they met on somebody else's channel, but they all came over to our channel and they kept talking and kept talking. And I was mad because the channel was growing to the point that I thought that we was going to be able to I was going to be able to go to the wedding. And classic gamer Bobby said, no, we fell in love at your channel. And Emma says, yeah, we met at another channel. We kind of met each other at another channel, but they classic gamer Bobby moved to her location. They got married and lived happily ever after. Yeah, I do feet. Females only. You got that right. I do feet too. Females only. I love a woman with some pretty feet, boy, some pretty toes and everything. That's my thing right there, baby. So me and Kay, Main J. Hey, Main J, we got the same thing in common, I guess. They not like us. Yeah. I don't know what it is. Nope. I don't do feet, Mike. Only baby feet. When they turn 2, I'm done. When they turn 2, after 2 years old, when they turn 3, the foot start having a little funk. Get ready to roll, funk. I get ready to roll. What in the world, funk? Anyway, the conversation we get into, laugh out loud. You right about that. I'm cool, man. I'm real laid back. Facts. Mother facts. Yeah, no doubt. Yeah. I know one thing, man. A woman with some pretty feet, boy, you got my undivided attention. Excuse me. Who said that? I got a buddy of mine used to always say that. Every time he say something kind of weird, he would, oh, who said that? like I didn't say it. Yeah, no doubt. Oh, that's awesome. I met someone overseas, though, a mutual fan Discord page. Don't work out, but it is quite the experience. Yeah, it is, man. So I'm hoping on the 23rd, already made arrangements with some airline guy. He better not charge me a lot of money. So we gonna We're gonna buy an airline ticket and go on over there. I'm taking my equipment with me. We're gonna do reactions. We're gonna be going live and all that type of stuff. Try to do what Paul Meets World does. But anyway, yeah, most definitely. How y'all doing? Y'all doing all right? Man, we had over 1,000 people watching the live stream, man. I thought that was interesting. What do y'all think about these drones? Put a 1 in the chat if you think some human is behind it. You put a 2 in the chat if you think it's something from outer space. Put a 1 in the chat if you think humans or the government or somebody behind. They said these things is bigger than cars, man. Oh, about the size of a car. That's crazy. 1, humans or the government is behind it. Everyone likes traveling. Yep. Yeah. 2. Listen to here. Put a 2 in there. 2 always. 1. Yeah. Okay. It's 14 people. So yeah. These drones, man. I've been really researching this stuff. Brittany put a 1. Amy. Hey, Amy. What's going on, Amy? One. Amy put up there. To hear laugh out loud. Yeah. So we're gonna go ahead and do this reaction live. We feel as though, I don't know. I think our true fans are gonna come anyway. Sneaky Amy, Amy Sneaky. Hey, what's happening? Chilling. Yeah, there you go. Think when we do our reaction of this channel, don't forget Katie. Yeah, Katie. Yeah. Katie was another female. We haven't heard anything from Katie in a long time. She don't even come past and say hi. Hi, Mike. How you doing? Kiss my tail. None of that. Look at me, y'all. I forgot to hit the thumbs up. Y'all hit them thumbs up. Hit the thumbs up. I forgot to hit the thumbs up. I forgot to turn this on. God dang, Michael. I don't like my own channel. I ain't even put the thumbs up on, y'all. What's up with that? But anyway, let's get this reaction going. Hit them thumbs up. Hit them thumbs up. This one right here is 23 minutes, man. Slacker, Mike. Yeah, I'm a slacker. I got on shorts. I done shade my head all down, make sure it's nice and shiny. Spit shine the head. Got it, Wendy. Slacker Mike. Yeah, I've been slacking. Shit, I've been tearing these things. I got up like time did I get up? I was down here like 4:30 something. J. I got up like shoot. 4:30 since I'm doing YouTube full time now, man. So y'all pray for me, support and everything. Help a brother out, share a video or two, because we doing YouTube full time. I have no other income. I have no other job. So I'm praying. And I'm trying my best to do the best I can, asking people for help and asking people for while we try to bless others. So that's all I can do, man, is try to help other people in this world. Try my best to help other people. That's what our channel's about. Is we got a fundraiser name called F.E.E.D. F.E.E.D. That stands for food eaten every day. Did sale. You got a nice setup. Love your hookup. Appreciate you, bruh. Appreciate you. Or bruh. If you're a bruh. You know, I worked hard on building the whole recording studio. Help me too, guys. Check out my channel when you bored. Yeah, Paul Meets World. Paul Meets World is one of our, that's my cousin. How about that? And then Louisiana 24. What's up, Louise? Your dedication is inspiring. Thank you so much. Louise, I'm trying to say, first of all, she got the glasses on. She trying to make fun of me, y'all. She trying. She making fun of me, y'all. That's my buddy right there, y'all. Hey, check this out, man. We got 18 people, y'all ready to roll. Let's roll. Dragon X. 𝗏𝗏𝗏. What's up, 𝗏𝗏𝗏? Full time, baby. I'm full time. You look cute. Well, you know, then you look. You look cute. Well, you know, they say me and Denzel Washington, we almost damn near twins. Yeah, Renee. Is that Renee? I say, what? Is that Renee? Oh, shucks, y'all. Is that Renee? My Jesus. Yeah, you right. Yeah, Renee. That's a song back in the day from over here. I'm just saying, VP. What's going on? I gotta say what's up to everybody. Kiki. You can call me 𝐘𝐿𝐔𝐑. The reason why, because I'm the woman pleaser. What's going on? How you doing there? Yeah, no doubt. I can spit a little bit, y'all. Hey, before we get started, y'all want to see? Well, we'll do that after this joint. Muff, I saw you over there with the Jaguar Right crew. Shout out to you. You. Yeah, most definitely, man. Appreciate y'all. Check this out. Planet Earth, man. The truth about New Jersey drones UFO. I don't know what the O stand for, man. So, and I tried to look it up. But anyway, let's get this thing started, man. Let's get it started. Appreciate y'all, man. Here we go. What is up, YouTube? How y'all doing? Man, I don't know what to say. I really don't know what to say about this this drone thing, man. It kind of got me scared a little bit. If our government don't know what's going on, you know. So hey, check this out, man. I done found this 𝗟𝗜𝗡𝗞𝗦 video, Planet Earth ? The truth about New Jersey drones. I haven't seen it, period. Somebody sent it to me, and we decided to do it as a reaction as we speak, and we're live. So don't forget our live channel, the Music Recording Network Live. We live as we speak, so I might stop and talk to the people in the chat room. If I'm doing something wrong there, let me know, y'all. Hey, without any further ado, let's check it out.
Are we in the middle of a psychological operation right now?
Whoa.
There are thousands of drone sightings.
Hey, Karen.
I've never seen so many UFOs in my life.
And more weird stuff every single day.
Yes.
Were they human or non-human?
Non-human. We are not alone.
You deserve to know how to tell what the hell is going on.
See, man, this is what scares me, man. Did y'all see those little? Oh man, hold up. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry.
Every single day.
Were they
What in the world? Did somebody make that? You know what I'm saying? I don't know, man. I'm getting scared.
non-human?
Non-human. We are not alone.
You deserve to know how to tell what the hell is going on. And I just did a very confidential talk to my inner circle last night.
Oh,
But I think that you need to see this.
People within the U.S. government believe it's true.
The world deserves the truth.
Growing number of drone sightings.
They are non-human, higher intelligence.
The unidentified aircraft are the size of cars.
It's like the classic UFO that you would see online.
A lot of people are wondering what the hell is going on. But what if I told you that the most dangerous thing is happening, but it's inside of your head? If you just think about it for a second, there's decades of silence on UFOs, and now suddenly the government is obsessed with talking about them. I want to show you exactly tonight what the plans and motivations are
And that's
if
what I
this
think.
is being done on purpose. And then I want to walk you through a foolproof way on how to spot public manipulation. I'm also maybe going to talk about what to do if it's actually aliens. If you don't know, I'm the guy that trains PsyOps. I'm the person that teaches this kind of stuff to companies and stuff. So the government's kind of gone from decades of denial to throwing around terms like UAPs, unidentified aerial phenomena, in official hearings. Add to that this sudden rise in reports of drones all over the place, these weird sightings and emergency declarations that are going on, I think in New Jersey right now. And it feels like we're being prepped for something. But what are we being prepared for? So let's dig in. So why would this be happening right now? So we're going to go both sides. It's aliens, it's not aliens. Let's do both sides here. Most governments don't just usually open up about things like this without a reason. With all governments, when they start pushing a narrative, it's most often to serve a bigger agenda.
True.
If this is deliberate. So here are 3 possible reasons I can think of why this might be happening. Number 1, a distraction tactic. When huge issues are brewing, like economic instability, political unrest, global crises, somebody's done something bad and it's about to get in the news, governments usually and very often create some kind of distraction. So remember when the Pentagon released UFO footage in 2020, that conveniently happened during a global pandemic, this chaotic thing that was going on around the entire world that we all suffered through. Number 2, using fear as a tool. So fear unites people. So if there is a threat big enough, and I want you to remember, if you're just listening to me right now, I'm sitting on your kitchen counter or something like that, and you're making dinner. I said the word threat with huge quotes around it. If there's a threat big enough, like UFOs, people are more likely to trust their leaders, give up freedoms, and rally behind whatever solution that they're offered. It's the same playbook used during the Cold War.
Okay.
This was called the Red Scare for that reason. Or post 9/11 with the War on Terror and the Patriot Act. And then number 3, testing the waters. This goes back to BC years. All 3 of these things go back to the BC years. This is not something that's original. So governments tend to test and gauge how people react. So if we accept UFOs as real and we don't freak out, that means we can kind of escalate the narrative without any pushback. So think of it like kind of a slow drip instead of pouring it all out at one time. And if you want to look back at some of these historical parallels, this is not the first time this has happened. There's just a few that come to mind right now. The first is the Gulf of Tonkin. This happened in 63 or 64, 1963 or 64.
Mm-hmm.
The United States used extremely questionable reports of attacks on naval ships, which were not true, to justify escalating this Vietnam War. And then in 1962, we had this thing called Operation Northwoods. This is a declassified plan about the U.S. officials staging, quote, fake attacks, completely fake attacks, like blowing up planes with people in them to justify military actions against Cuba.
Wow.
And in the post 9/11, what I would call a fear campaign. So after the attacks, governments push for these just sweeping changes like the Patriot Act, which expanded massive surveillance under the guise of terrorism. So if you just replace terrorism or communism with UFOs, you can start to see a pattern. So what might be happening? What might be happening right here? It might upset you. It might piss you off, but we're going to talk about that in just a second. So keep that in your back pocket for just a second. Number 1 is a normalization phase. So just steadily leaking UFO footage, holding hearings, using all these terms like UAPs all the time. The government makes the idea of something out there seem reasonable. So this keeps people curious, but not panicked. curious, but not panicked. The second part of this is setting the stage for a big reveal. And I want you to keep that one in mind. So at some point, we might see a more dramatic event, like a giant UFO sighting over a major city, or footage that is just impossible to dismiss. And you could think giant holograms, giant drones, or other advanced tech just creating something that you cannot ignore. So number 3 would be a need for a savior. So once the threat feels real enough, governments or even global coalitions could step in as these heroes. They might call for increased defense budgets. Maybe all the governments in this area need to unite into one big government, maybe a global response team. And I say that with quotes around it, to handle this threat. So this could lead to giant power shifts and more control in fewer hands is kind of maybe the goal of that. And this, you could look this up. There was even a plan to stage a fake kind of alien invasion. This is on record on paper that there was a full government plan to make a fake alien invasion. But what could be next? What could be down the pipeline from right now? If we follow this theory to the
why would the government do that though, man? That sounds. Can you imagine your government is lying to you and saying that we're gonna make a fake alien attack, man? That's crazy.
Is kind of maybe the goal of that. And this, you could look this up. There was even a plan to stage a fake kind of alien invasion. This is on record on paper that there was a full government plan to make a fake alien invasion. But what could be next? What could be down the pipeline from right now? If we follow this theory to the logical next step here, here's what might happen. First would be escalating UFO reports. Expect a lot more sightings, near misses with airplanes, mysterious objects interfering with infrastructure like power grids or airports. It's going to feel real and urgent. The next would be a media blitz that would come after that. So mainstream media will amplify the story. They're going to interview pilots. They're going to release grainy videos and have experts explain these things that are maybe defying physics. The goal, potentially, and I say all of this as a potential hypothetical, to make everybody believe this is a huge deal. Next would be a global event, and this could be something absolutely wild, like some kind of coordinated UFO appearance, maybe a simulated attack, or even some claim that we've made contact. And it doesn't have to be real. It just has to be believable enough. And of course, then we have a solution. So after the chaos, governments might roll out solutions like new defense initiatives, new military spending, government coalitions, governments kind of coming together, expanded surveillance maybe, and calls for like some international cooperation. All right. So why should we care? Even if all this theory
because your tax
sounds
money
way the hell out there, the technologies exist to make all of it plausible.
That's true.
So holograms, drones, AI, deep fakes are advanced enough to fool large populations. And historically, going back to the year 1 AD, governments have shown that they're not above manipulating fear to get what they want. So now we get to what do we do? What the hell do we do about this?
Yes.
Number 1, stay freaking critical. Do not take everything at face value. Always question why some stories are getting so much attention, and most importantly, who benefits from that story. And educate yourself. You need to look into historical precedents, maybe current technology. You could just use ChatGPT for a lot of this, and some government strategies. So the more you know, the harder it is for you to be manipulated. Focus on reality.
The reality.
So of course, this is nothing but conjecture. I'm just sitting here at my house. We've got a bonfire going on outside. We're about to go sit outside for a little while and just enjoy nature around a fire like our ancestors did. And I don't know anything. I don't know anything more than you do about what's going on. So the sky's the limit for this conjecture, but maybe it's theatrics. But remember that not every light in the sky is some alien. stay very grounded in what's provable, and know that getting angry at things that are outside your control is stupid. It's just like drinking acid. So here's how to spot a psyop. And I've never said this publicly before, but here is the step-by-step formula that will enable you to spot a psychological operation. Separating manipulation from genuine news is like kind of playing detective. So here's a few steps that will put you on top of everybody for being able to spot a psyop. Number one is analyze the source. Is the outlet known for credible reporting, or do they thrive in like sensationalism? So established outlets like Reuters, sometimes Wall Street Journal, they report facts first, and others are way into drama. And psyops, psychological operations, extremely, very much rely on sensational headlines. If you see sensational headlines, you need to get the hell out. This is on all media, on both sides of the aisle. There is no aisle if you hadn't got that figured out already. So next is who owns that platform that you're looking at. So media ties with pharmaceutical companies, political entities, defense contractors. I dare you to look that one up tonight. And so step two, question the timing. So you want to ask yourself, does the story that I'm looking at right now appear during a major crisis or scandal or upcoming election maybe?
Yeah.
Psyops will very often distract from bigger issues like UFO footage released during major policy debates or global unrest. Huge red flag. Next is to follow the narrative. And I promise you don't have to go do 5 hours of research to do it. You just ask yourself, are multiple outlets, this one question right here, are multiple outlets parroting the exact same language? If you see that shit going down, you need to be very terrified that something's going into your brain that doesn't belong there. So psyops use coordinated messaging to reinforce a narrative. So look for phrases that feel copy and pasted, like unprecedented threat or undeniable evidence. Those little phrases, you're going to hear them. You will start to hear these everywhere you look. And the moment you hear copy paste phrases, that is a psyop. So step four, look for emotional triggers. So all psyops thrive on pushing your buttons. Think about the FATE model, if you know what that is: focus, authority, tribe, and emotion. So this is fear, anger, amazement. So if a story feels like it's designed, and I say the word designed with bold, underline, italics. Okay. If a story feels like it's designed to make you react emotionally, get out as fast, but don't even finish the story. Ask ChatGPT about what you're trying to figure out. So stories about UFOs that emphasize unknown threats without any evidence, you should be pretty careful about that. And then just check the evidence. You ask yourself the question, are they providing evidence like document data, eyewitness accounts, or relying on anonymous sources and some vague claims? So if you ever hear the words, and I want you to burn these words into your head. I've never told anyone in my life how to expose a psyop. But if you do all of these at once, you will never be manipulated. This one question. With that stuff going on, I need to ask, is this going to expand government control or justify new laws? That one question. Well, what I'm saying, expand government control or justify new laws. Okay. Analyze coverage patterns. So psyops all the time dominate the news cycle and they drown out other stories. Real news coexists with other reports. Let me say that again. Real news coexists with other reports about stuff that's going on. If one topic is everywhere, while major global events get completely ignored, you're in the middle of a psyop. Next is look for follow-ups. This is it. Real news evolves with new updates. Real news evolves with new updates. PSYOPs fade once they've served their purpose. I'll say that one more time if you're taking notes. PSYOPs will fade away when they have served their purpose. So as an example, if you see some inflated, sensational story that just vanishes after a week with no follow-up, that is called a distraction. It's called a distraction. So finally is trust your gut. Does it feel scripted? Sometimes things feel just off, and I want you to trust your instincts. Back them up with research if you want to.
I think that one of the main things I can't get off my mind is the government is saying, "Oh, don't worry about it. We know we because they know about it now, but they saying that they don't know, they don't have any information, but yet they saying it's not harmful." So if you don't have any information, how did you get the information that it's not harmful? That's the only thing that puzzles the heck out of me.
Does it feel scripted?
It feels scripted.
Sometimes things feel just off, and I want you to trust your instincts.
Off like a government worker
Back
on
them
a
up
Sunday.
with research if you want to. So what can you do? Like, what the hell can you do about all this? The most important thing that I could give you, and I had no idea that I was going to really be talking about any of this, but the most important thing is cultivate critical thinking skills. Learn to spot the propaganda. Go back through what I just talked about. The recording, Chris is going to make this recording available to everyone. I don't know how or where. We'll make it available to everybody here.
Please.
I don't care if you're an NCI plus or whatever. Look for patterns in how the media or the government communicates about things, maybe UFOs. Do they spot, or do they focus on fear? Or are they offering solutions that involve giving up freedom or increasing government power? So try to diversify all the places that you're getting news from. Try to block every single news provider that you can possibly think of and use AI to get your news. And tell AI to be concise and apolitical in its answer. It's the best way to do it. So I want you to memorize these 3 questions if you're taking notes. Number 1, who benefits from this narrative? Number 2, what evidence is being shown and is it verifiable? Number 3, why now? Why is it happening right now? Next is strengthen your psychological state. Recognize these fear tactics. Fear is the number 1 easiest way to control human beings. Governments use all kinds of stuff as a way to unite people under a single narrative. So stay calm. Question why you're being told to be afraid. Question why you're being told to be afraid.
Question that.
And this sounds like some bullshit trope you might see on some yoga instructor video, but mindfulness is one of the most powerful practices that you could start to adopt today. There's a million videos on it on YouTube. I'm not going to go into how to do it today. It's one of the most powerful things you can do just in general for your success in your life, but it's going to help insulate you from some of this stuff. So just a few other ones. Stay connected to your community, not your online community. Get to know who your neighbors are. Get to know your neighbors. Walk across the street, know everybody that lives around you. Go introduce yourself if you haven't already. Your neighbors might be more important than you realize here if something goes down.
You got that right.
Build self-reliance as much as you possibly can. Stay grounded in reality. Always remind yourself that there's a lot of stuff going on. And through all the shit we've been through as a species, as a country, as a globe, things usually just turn out okay in the end. It's not that big of a deal. And finally, just get your mindset protected. The more people panic, the more easily governments can sweeping control the nation. So practice a little bit of skepticism and help other people to stay calm. That's your job. If you remember, you are the one studying authority and confidence and leadership. That's your job to help people stay calm. So stay educated, but just balanced. So research topic, like if you want to learn about this stuff, go Google Project Bluebeam. It may keep you up all night, but you take a look at that. So fear-driven conspiracies can be just as manipulative as a government conspiracy.
Project Bluebeam.
Finally, and I wasn't going to say this because it sounds weird, but if there's a power outage, you have zero money if you don't have cash. So you may want to keep some cash on hand if you can afford it. So always think of, like, when governments propose solutions, ask, do they actually address the issue? What freedoms or powers are being taken in exchange? And is the solution long-term or a convenient grab for power? So what if it is aliens? What the hell are we going to do? Let's entertain the wild card here. What if it's aliens? Maybe we're finally ready to handle it, kind of. Maybe aliens showed up in the 50s or 60s. They were like, oh, these people have lost their minds, but maybe we're ready now. Maybe we've hit some critical point in history. We're at this weird crossroads with climate change. We're exploring Mars finally. Aliens are watching. Maybe they're coming. Maybe we're pinging the radar. We got all this tech and stuff like that, satellites out there. Maybe we just sent out some kind of we're here signal, and maybe they've always been here, but they've just been waiting, and now we're ready for level 2, whatever that means.
Right.
But here's why the timing feels suspect. Even if, let's just say, aliens are legit, there's some little gray dudes that are going to pop out of a ship or something. If they're legit, the timing feels very convenient. Why? Well, because governments love to frame everything in terms of fear and control. So if aliens are making contact, I want you to ask this. If you're entertaining this concept with me, wouldn't you expect them to be advanced enough to know how incompetent the governments are in this world? So the information would not flow through the government. So instead, all the info does come through the government. So it feels like there's a layer there. There's a layer. But if it's real, it's not just, oh, cool, there's some aliens. It's about what happens next and who decides how the narrative unfolds. If this was helpful or interesting, and I certainly hope that it was, if you're
Very
interested in
interesting.
diving deep into this training, I released the college level textbook of all of this information only a few weeks ago. It's this giant book right here. And this is the textbook of the most advanced tactics and methods in this arena. And it's called the Behavior Operations Manual. And there's a link in the description if you want to check out the textbook. So thanks for joining me. Stay safe and stay sane.
Wow. Very interesting, man. Very interesting. Shoot, I had so many things I wanted to close with, but if it's aliens, if it's because people saying all this alien stuff, man, he done opened my eyes to a lot of stuff. Think about it. If they advance enough to make something that fly in the air, hover, that comes out of the water, they saying these things come out of the water, they bigger than cars, and they can stay in the air longer than our drones that's lighter. You know what I'm saying? When you get too close to it, it disappears. And all this stuff I've been hearing. They got all this technology way better than us, but they haven't shown themselves. They can't be dangerous because the government said they wasn't dangerous. So maybe the government, they already talked to the government and said, look here, man, we just here to check out things. We ain't here to hurt y'all. How does the government know that they don't worry about it? We don't know what it is, but don't worry about it. The government is setting us up for something, just like he said, man. That's what it's all about. And I think that the government is putting these unidentified flying objects out and talking about these aliens or whatever they about to do to take our mind off these missing kids, to take our mind off this border patrol. That's very important. If y'all concentrate and look at this border patrol stuff, oh my God, why is it that the Mexico border, they can come in there and they just coming right up to the United States? You need to ask yourself why on that. I think they are throwing all this stuff at us to make us not think about the more important facts that's in this life. That's what I think. Look here. I'm going to get on up out of here, man. Thank y'all so much. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that bell. Y'all take it light, take it slow. Tell them Uncle Mike told you so. I ain't want to use the echo. I don't want to sound like no alien. Peace out, y'all. What we got here? What we got here? Yeah, I think that let's see if we can find any new updates on any of this stuff. Yes, so true. Hi, Dragon. True indeed. That's why I said the water is our sky, because that's where they're coming from. Yeah, laugh out loud. That's crazy. Home. Let's see something real quick, just to see. Uh-oh. What? What?
Let me bring in MDC's Maura Barrett, also joining us, retired ATF Special Agent in Charge and MSNBC terrorism contributor 𝗟𝗡𝗞𝗦, and former Secret Service Special Agent and MSNBC law enforcement analyst 𝗟𝗚𝗡𝗞. 𝗟𝗑𝗡, I know that the folks at the Secret Service do work with the Department of Education for far too long, but necessarily school shootings and how to deal with them have been an all hands on deck for law enforcement kind of situation. We heard from the police chief that they train just about quarterly to do something like this. Just 2 weeks ago, commanders had another training. Tell me what, as a professional, you heard that was important in that press conference just now.
So they gave us a lot of information, although there was some information they didn't share. And historically, U.S. Secret Service has worked with the Department of Education. One of the things that
Breaking. Multiple dead in Wisconsin school shooting. On Madison, police say, God, Matt, this is crazy, man. What is we doing? What is we doing in this world? Oh my gracious! Tahir just sent me another video. Is the government faking an alien invasion with drones? Project Bluebeam. Whoa, here we go. They said this long time ago, y'all. So the more stuff I'm learning. Wait a minute. Here we go. What is up, YouTube? The more stuff I'm learning, the better I feel. Project Bluebeam. Somebody just sent me this. My main man Tahir just sent this right here. So is the government faking an alien invasion with drones? Question mark. So y'all hit that subscribe button, hit that bell. Let's check this bad boy out, man. They be tripping, Mike. Yeah, you right about that. Don't forget we live when we doing our reactions, y'all. Hey, while we get the flow going. Good to go in Mike Cross Studio.
Hey, so welcome back to the Michael Lofton Show on Reason and
What's up, Mike?
Theology.
Meet Mike.
Today we're talking about Project Blue Beam as distinct from Project Blue Book, which you may be familiar with. And yes, I will define terms here in a moment and distinguish between the two. You know, we've been talking about the drone issue lately, the mystery drones in New Jersey, which, by the way, I do plan on going to Jersey pretty soon and finding out what's going on there for myself. So stay tuned for more on that. But been doing videos on the question of these mysterious drones. And I specifically did one where I went over a video by Cliff High where it appears he predicted what's going on with the drones. Now, whether or not you agree that there's an actual prediction here, or you have a different opinion on it, that's fine. But I did a video on it. It reached a lot of people. Very, very popular video. And I got a lot of feedback in the comment section. And a ton of people were posting Project Blue Beam. I can't tell you how many comments I got of that nature. And I have to admit, until recently, I haven't even heard of this term. Now, I have actually kind of heard of some of the concepts associated with this theory here and there, but never as a coherent, unified theory until people started saying Project Blue Beam. And I say, okay, let me look into this because I'm seeing a lot of people talking about this, and I need to know what's going on here and consider it. Look, I'm a very, in some ways, very skeptical person. In other ways, I'm pretty open-minded. I'm open to wherever the truth is. So when I hear a lot of people saying Project Blue Beam, okay, that gets my attention. So I started to look into this, and believe me, I'm only scratching the surface. I am sure there's a lot more that can be said about this, but I'm going to share with you what I've discovered so far and, kind of give you my overall thoughts on this. Whether or not this ties into the question of what we're seeing in Jersey with these drones. Is this the unveiling and unfolding of Project Blue Beam? And also I'll consider some alternative theories. So if you don't go for that, maybe what might be a conceivable explanation for what we're currently experiencing in Jersey and really elsewhere. And after that, we're going to take a look at a few updates to the mystery drones from Jersey. So that's what is in store for today. But before we dive in, I want to remind y'all, hit that subscribe button if you haven't already, and hit the like button. I would greatly appreciate it, especially if you want to see this channel grow and reach more people with this content. Okay, I need to distinguish between Project Blue Beam and Project Blue Book very briefly, because there is a difference, though some people might believe there's a correlation here. There is a difference. Project Blue Book was actually a government project, whereas Project Blue Beam is a theory. Some say it's a conspiracy theory. Others say it's a very substantiated theory and explains what is going on today. So let me give you just a brief, very quick rundown. Project Blue Book, here's a description that I was able to come up with. Project Blue Book was a systematic study of unidentified flying objects, UFOs or UAPs, conducted by the United States Air Force from 1952 to 1969, aimed at determining whether UFOs posed a national security threat and analyzing their scientific significance. So this is an actual government program that was in existence from 52 to 69. It was the third in a series of such studies following the Project Sign and Grudge. Over its duration, it investigated over 12,000 sightings and incidents, concluding that most had natural explanations, such as misidentified aircraft. Sound familiar with what some people are saying about the drones today? Weather phenomena, you've heard of that, right? The whole Roswell thing. Well, actually, it wasn't a UFO, it was a weather balloon. Okay, so we've heard that before, right? Weather phenomena or astronomical events. A small percentage of cases remained unexplained though the Air Force maintained these did not indicate evidence of extraterrestrial activity or advanced technology. The program was officially terminated in 1969, with its findings asserting no UFO or UAP posed a threat or warranted further investigation. Now, obviously, a lot of people are going to feel like, well, that's not the end of the story, and there's a lot of new information that has come out since then. But that's what Project Blue Book is. Now let's distinguish that from Project Blue Beam, not the same thing. Here's a quick summary of Project Blue Beam. So, I'm sorry, Blue Stream. Project Blue Stream is a theory that alleges governments, particularly the US, are orchestrating a fake alien invasion to create a global crisis, purportedly as a means to unify humanity under a single world government to justify increased militarization and surveillance. Now, proponents suggest that advanced technology, we're going to talk a little bit about that here in a moment, such as holographic projections and secret aircraft, would be used to simulate the invasion, creating fear and a need for global solidarity. So this event will cause a lot of people to panic and be afraid, and thus unite them together in a one world government. Some critics dismiss the theory as baseless and speculative, pointing out what they claim to be the lack of credible evidence and its reliance on assumptions about both technological capabilities and global political motivations. Now, it was popularized by Sergey Monast in his book, Project Blue Stream, or Project Blue Beam, I should say, where he claims NASA and the UN will implement a new religion with the Antichrist as the head. And in fact, Gene Roddenberry, the creator of Star Trek, also incorporated some of this in some of his episodes for The Next Generation. I'll also note they will, according to this theory by Sergey, they will accomplish this by simulating the second coming of Jesus with advanced technology. And some say this is going to be the great deception that is prophesied in 2 Thessalonians 2:11 through 12, which we'll take a look at here also in a moment. So stay tuned for more on that specifically. Now, I'm going to give you maybe a little bit of a deeper explanation into this from a source that I was able to find online that describes the theory Project Blue Beam. And before I do that, though, I do want to show you a quick clip from Stephen Greer, who speaks about it very briefly on the PBD podcast. It seems that he doesn't believe in it, but he does give a very quick rundown of it. And you can see this being discussed now in popular circles. I mean, the PBD podcast is, right up there with Joe Rogan. And so it's starting to come into mainstream conversations. So take a look at this video with me where he briefly describes it, and let's get his thoughts on it. Okay, you should be able to see it. Let me make sure, however, that you can hear the audio. Okay, got the audio enabled. Let's watch it. It's a really quick clip here.
Wernher von Braun, in his deathbed in 1974, told a member of my team, Carol Rosen, that their plan is to create eventually an hoax, a threat from outer space, to try to unite the world, like Independence Day, the movie, in a sort of a military global junta of humans against aliens. It's all nonsense. It's BS. But it sells well. It sells movies, it sells tickets, it sells books.
This is the Blue Beam, Project Blue Beam?
Yeah, that related to that. And I've met with many men who've been on operationally, like literally have been operational on those programs. It went from really clunky stuff, like the Betty and Barney Hill abduction. Wow. People think that was alien. It wasn't. It was us. Late 50s, early 60s. And I think President Obama was actually working on a documentary about that. And it was an interracial couple, and a very interesting story. Werner.
All right, now maybe I'm misreading him, but it sort of sounds like he doesn't, believe in this theory. Sounds like he believes it's a conspiracy theory and he's not on board with it, which I'm a little surprised. I thought this would have been more up his alley because it does seem to coincide with some other things that I've heard him say in various podcasts on what's going on with the deep state and the government and technology, UFOs, aliens, all that. Okay. But it sounds like he's not fully on board with this theory, but that does kind of give you just a quick rundown. I'm trying to find some more information on this. And here's another thing that I came across that I think you might find helpful in just trying to make sense of what this theory is before we analyze it, and also maybe some alternatives. This is something I found on rationalwiki.org. for whatever that's worth. Here it says, here's what's the theory. The alleged purpose of Project Blue Beam is to bring about a global new age religion, which is seen as a core requirement for the New World Order's dictatorship to be realized. There's nothing new in thinking of religion as a form of control, its claims, but the existence of multiple religions, spin-off cults, competing sects, and atheists suggests that controlling the population entirely through a single religion isn't particularly easy. Past attempts have required mechanisms of totalitarianism, such as the Inquisition. As you can see, at least according to the person who wrote this, they're not very fond of, religions that we find in the world, Christianity, Islam, whatever. Monast's theory, the guy who came up with it, however, suggests using sufficiently advanced technology to trick people into believing. Of course, the plan would have to assume that people could never fathom the trick at all, something contested by anyone sane enough not to swallow this particular conspiracy. And then it says the primary claimed perpetrator of Project Blue Beam is NASA. Presented as a large and mostly faceless organization that can readily absorb such frankly odd accusations, aided by the United Nations, another old-time boogeyman of conspiracy theorists. According to Monast, the project has 4 steps, so we're going to take a look at them. But I thought that was interesting, NASA, because I have been hearing bits and pieces of this theory already leading up to people mentioning Project Blue Beam in the comment section. I've heard it from people who are talking about how NASA was created by Satanists and it's this evil organization, all sorts of stuff. You know, I'll let you determine if there's any merit to that, but I say that to say, well, I have kind of heard some parts or bits of this disseminated by various talking heads and YouTubers and content creators. So it sounds like they're starting to popularize some of this stuff. Okay, step 1, briefly, requires the breakdown of all archaeological knowledge. This will apparently be accomplished by faking earthquakes at precise locations around the planet. Fake new discoveries, quote unquote, at these locations will finally explain to all people the error of all fundamental religious doctrines, specifically Christian and Muslim doctrines, right? So it's a theory that appears to be inherently critical of these religions, although I imagine there are some people who hold to this theory that might also hold to Christianity or Islam or something like that, and they're not entirely antagonistic to religion. So I imagine there's some variations to it, right? Step 2 involves, and they have a little part redacted here, involves a gigantic space show wherein 3-dimensional holographic laser projections will be beamed all over the planet. And this is where Blue Beam really takes off. The projections will take the shape of whatever deity is mostly predominant and will speak in all languages. At the end of this light show, the gods will all merge into one god, supposedly the Antichrist, right? Who pretends to be the Christ. All right, so this is going to tie into some concepts that you find in Scripture, in 2 Thessalonians, in the book of Revelation, among other passages from the New Testament. Also Daniel, if you look at some parts of the Old Testament as well. And we'll talk briefly about that here in a moment. That's more my wheelhouse. I'm a theologian by trade, and so I can comment a little bit more about that. So we'll take a look at it here in a moment. But the Antichrist is part of this theory. It continues into step 3, a telepathic electronic two-way communication. It involves making people think that their God is speaking to them through telepathy, or telepathy, projected into the head of each person individually using extremely low-frequency radio waves. We'll take a look at that technology in just a second. The book goes to some lengths to describe how this would be feasible, including a claim that ELF, E-L-F, an acronym, thought projection caused the depressive illness of Michael Dukakis's wife, Kitty. All right, step 4 has 3 parts. Making humanity think an alien invasion is about to occur in every major city. And that's where it's going to start to tie into the question of the drones, right? Some people are saying that that's a prelude to this big staged event of aliens. You know, that what's going on with the drones is they're conditioning us to get used to the thought that maybe we're not alone. And that's a prelude to this big staged event where they're going to fake a huge alien invasion, the coming of the Antichrist to come and solve that situation and unite all of humanity. It also involves making the Christians think the rapture is about to happen, which that part I had to laugh at because, frankly, the majority of Christians don't believe in the rapture. Okay, so the majority of Christians in the world, Catholics and Eastern Orthodox, right? They don't believe in the rapture. Not even all Protestants believe in the rapture. So I thought that part was a little funny. A mixture of electronic and supernatural forces, allowing the supernatural forces to travel through fiber optics, coax, power, and telephone lines to penetrate all electronic equipment and appliances that will by then all have a special microchip installed. Then chaos will break out and people will finally be willing, perhaps even desperate, to accept the new world order. The techniques used in the 4th step is exactly the same used in the past in the USSR. to force the people to accept communism. Okay, so you can kind of see where this is going, that the government is going to create some fake alien invasion using really, really high-tech equipment to make you think there's an alien invasion. That will trigger humanity to unite, to come together. We're going to look at Reagan here in just a moment, speaking about that at the UN, something along those lines. An alien threat would be something that would unite humanity. And then part of that is going to be the embracing of the Antichrist. Okay, so that's the claim. And NASA and the United Nations is going to trigger all this. And some people are saying what's happening right now with the drones is that's the staging of that alien invasion, getting people ready, testing them out, getting them used to the notion that, well, maybe we're not alone in the universe. Okay, so that's the theory. Now, points to consider concerning the theory before we dive into perhaps some alternatives. Let me show you something interesting that I did come across whenever investigating the claims of Project Bluebeam. I'm going to share my screen. This is pretty wild. This is a U.S. patent for an apparatus for audibly communicating speech using the radio frequency hearing effect. Okay. What does that have to do with this conversation? Well, part of the theory of Project Bluebeam is that they are going to get everyone to believe that there's an alien invasion. How are you going to do that? Well, one way that you can do that is that's the staging by communicating audio directly to the brain of every human being, in addition to other technology that would maybe require, you know, everyone to be able to see something in the sky, you know, an alien invasion or something like that. But audio coming directly to the brain, perhaps, you know, aliens talking or God speaking to you, allegedly telling you about aliens. I don't know. Could be whatever, right? But the technology is such that there is the ability on part of the government through this technology to communicate thoughts to people through radio frequency hearing effect. There's a brief description of it that I was able to pull up here. Microwave auditory effect. It consists of the human perception of sounds induced by pulsed and modulated radio frequencies. The perceived sounds are generated directly inside the human head without the need of any receiving electronic device. So the technology is legit. It is real. Whether or not Project Bluebeam is real is a different question. The technology exists, but people who are saying, hey, what we're seeing is the unveiling of the beginning of Project Bluebeam, they might point to technology like this that does admittedly exist. And they'll say, look, the government could stage stuff like this. They could communicate audio directly to you, directly to your brain, and make you think that God is talking to you, that an alien is talking to you. There was talk about actually the military using this in Iraq to have certain people turn on Saddam Hussein, and you know, they would perhaps hear some audio from Allah telling them to turn on him and his regime. Okay, so there was some discussion about this back in that war. So this is kind of the theory. This is somewhat, you know, one of the notions that is floating around there, and they'll capitalize on tech like this. Okay, so that's pretty curious. I do want to show you another thing here, where Reagan talks about at the United Nations, really the need for an alien threat to unite humanity. And people who are proposing this theory, proponents, are going to point to stuff like this and say, look, it's clear the government has even spoken about this idea. Now, they didn't speak about, you know, creating the threat artificially, but you can see the idea being disseminated here even by President Reagan, which is a pretty interesting point. So let's watch it together.
In our obsession with antagonisms of the moment, we often forget how much unites all the members of humanity. Perhaps we need some outside universal threat to make us recognize this common bound. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world. And yet I ask you, is not an alien force already among us? What could be more alien to the universal aspirations of our peoples than war and the threat of war?
Okay. So his point is that, look, we as humans, we're over here fighting on, for territory, land. I mean, we see that right now taking place in the Middle East. We're fighting over religion. We're fighting over all sorts of things. But what he says is, you know what would unite mankind really quickly? If all of a sudden we were facing an alien threat. And, he is right about that. I 100% admit, I do think that at that point, if we were to encounter something like that, yeah, I do believe the bulk of humanity would unite together. I'm not saying every single human, but I think the bulk of humanity, we would unite together to fight an outside opposing force so that we don't face annihilation. Okay. Right. But the theory of Project Bluebeam is that the government is going to capitalize on this point and the fear that people have of an alien invasion, an alien threat. And they're going to use high technology to accomplish that task. So I want to consider some perhaps alternatives to Project Bluebeam. So I want to kind of point out that, yeah, it is the case that it could be that Project Bluebeam is true, right? I mean, that is a possibility, but I do want to also consider some alternatives, some other ways of weighing the evidence, analyzing the same data with some alternative theories. That way people will kind of know, okay, here's some various options out there. I want to consider all that. Before we dive into that, though, I do want to remind everybody who's just now tuning into the show, hit that subscribe button, hit the like button. I would greatly appreciate your support of the channel, especially if you're benefiting from the content here. Okay, so let's consider several options here based on what we know. First of all, it could be that we're experiencing the result of dark programs, dark governmental programs, that is inspired by alien technology. This is actually, I believe, Stephen Greer and others' theory. So in this scenario, it's a little bit different from the Project Bluebeam view, because in this scenario, it would say that aliens are actually real, not just a lie from the government, not something that the government is staging, but actually they are real. We've already encountered aliens, perhaps Roswell. We've retrieved some of their aircraft, so we've reverse engineered some of that to one extent or another. And what you're seeing right now at, in the night sky with the Jersey drones is technology inspired by that. Or others might even point to something like the Tic Tac video and say, look, that's clearly technology that even some in the government don't know where it's from. And this is more evidence pointing to the fact that there really are aliens and we have actually retrieved technology and reverse engineered it and so on and so forth. Okay, that is an option as well, right? That is an alternative theory to the Project Bluebeam view. Another one is it could be that the drones that we're seeing are from the government and they're looking for nuclear weapons. This is an interesting one because it is one that is now blowing up on Twitter. And I'll show you why specifically. You share my screen?
Yeah.
Let's see here. You should be able to see it right around now. Okay. This is a post shared by Joe Rogan. Okay, so if he shares a post, it's going viral. Okay, so he shared this, a video that was just recently posted 19 hours ago. CEO of drone manufacturing company that has government contracts gives interesting take on what's happening in New Jersey. So let's listen to it very briefly here.
Hey everyone, my name is John Ferguson. I'm the CEO of Saxon Aerospace here in Wichita, Kansas. I'm not normally a TikTok kind of a guy. I like watching this stuff every once in a while. But I'm a manufacturer of unmanned aircraft, military grade unmanned aircraft, as you can see one of my systems here. There's all of these mysterious drones going on off the East Coast, and as a professional, as a subject matter expert, I wanted to give you all my opinion on what I think could be going on with these drones. I don't particularly believe that these have a nefarious intent. I could be wrong, but I want to give you the truth and what I believe. It's my own opinion, and I've not bounced this off of anybody. So, you know, if you think it's bullshit, whatever, that's cool. You know, I don't want to spread misinformation, as we know that there's a lot of that going around. But anyway, back in the 1980s, Ronald Reagan had dismantled the nuclear program, and there were, with Russia, there were countless nuclear missiles that were disarmed and disposed of. Well, there were over 80, I believe, there were over 80 nuclear warheads that were in Ukraine that came up missing. Okay. We don't know where they are. Maybe somebody does, but nobody really knows where these are. And I speak with some pretty high level government officials on this stuff, and it seems as though that is the case. So I spoke to a gentleman a few months ago who was trying to raise an alarm to the highest levels of our government, which they had their ears closed, about this one particular nuclear warhead that he physically put his hands on. He physically touched this warhead that was left over from Ukraine. And he knew that that thing was headed towards the United States. Okay. That is a very serious deal. And everyone knows that the United States government, this administration, is pushing to get into a war with Russia. We all know that. We all feel it. We all see it. Okay. Well, back up a few years. Do y'all remember when those drones were mysteriously flying across the Interstate 70 corridor from Colorado up into Nebraska, down here into Kansas, and out into Missouri? Well, it was believed that those drones were looking for radioactive material because there had been some material that came up missing here in the United States. And they felt like it was high probability that the nuclear or the radioactive material would be taken along the Interstate 70 corridor heading east or west or south. So from what we understand, they were out there trying to find this radioactive material. Now, drones, they have no reason to be in the air at night unless you're doing some type of ISR work, intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, looking for bad guys, or looking for a victim, a search and rescue victim, or law enforcement, or some type of military project, right? There's no reason for a drone to be flying at night, really, okay? Because they don't see shit. So, unless you have thermal optics, drones really don't see stuff. You need to do mapping during the day. If you're going to do farming stuff, mostly do it during the day. The only reason why you would ever fly an aircraft, an unmanned aircraft at night, is if you're looking for something, whether it be a person or trying to smell gas. We have methane gas detection systems that can detect gas leaks in pipelines. You really wouldn't use thermal optics for trying to find gas leaks, just simply because the only way you're actually going to find a gas leak with thermal optics is if the gas leak is aggressive enough that it has a difference in temperature. Because thermal imaging, it creates a digital image based off of the temperature variance. So whatever is different in temperature, it creates an image. Gas, usually gas leaks so slow that it goes quickly into ambient, before you can even see it. So we have special sensors that can detect gas leaks. We also have special sensors that can detect radioactive material. So with this gentleman that I had spoken with, who was trying to raise the alarm to try to get somebody in the government to say, hey, we need to work together to go try to find this nuclear warhead, none of that ever happened. They knew that warhead was on its way to the United States. That's all that ever came of it. Nothing ever happened. This government did not do anything at all to help this gentleman raise the alarm and raise awareness that there is a very deadly weapon on its way to the United States. It's out there. Nobody knows where it's at now. It left Europe. Now it's gone. So my guess, my own guess, is that these drones are not nefarious in intent. If they are, but I doubt it. But if they are drones, the only reason why they would be flying and flying that low is because they're trying to smell something on the ground. That's it. There's no other reason for a drone to be flying in the air other than to piss a bunch of people off at night. That's it. So my belief is they're trying to smell something on the ground, gas leaks, radioactive material, whatever. So, and do I think that that they're coming up out of the ocean? No, I don't think so. Drones that are multi-copter type drones, not the the fixed wing aircraft that look like regular airplanes, but the multi-copters, they only have so much battery life. They have hybrid versions that are gas powered with electric, but those can still only fly for a short period of time. There's no way in hell that any drone is going to go miles off the coast as a multi-copter and fly into the interior of the United States and do a bunch of work and then turn around and fly back. It's just physics will not allow that to happen. So these drones, I believe, are launched from a location that nobody knows, but I do believe that they're flying low enough that they're just trying to sniff the ground and try to find something. So again, I hate to be a pessimist or a guy that thinks, directly to the negative. However, I know as a professional, I mean, we build professional stuff for the military. I believe that they're actually out there trying to smell something that's very important. So anyway, let me know what you think of this video. I'm not trying to gaslight. I'm not trying to scare people. I'm just trying to let people know that this is a serious deal. It's only serious for what the potential could be, or for what the potential is. There's a lot of them out there. They're flying all over. They're flying low. They're flying at night. There's no reason for it other than to smell something. So anyway, God bless. I hope you all have a wonderful Merry Christmas.
Okay, so here's my thoughts on that, specifically on this, alternative theory. Well, okay, it could be that what he's saying is true, right? I mean, that is conceivable. That's certainly possible.
He said gaslight also. I must be slow. I'm the only one that just understanding what I'm not trying to gaslight you. The word and the term gaslight is something I just learned, y'all, like 3 or 4 days ago.
Fortunate thing here, unfortunate, or is it fortunate? I don't know. He doesn't actually provide any real evidence here. This is just a claim that he has heard from high-level officials that there are some nuclear weapons that are missing and that they have made their way to the United States, and that's perhaps what the drones are looking for. Again, possible, but I don't have anything to go off of here other than a guy I've never seen before, showing up on Twitter making the claim. And again, it could be that it's true. Maybe he's reliable, but I don't really have a whole lot to go off of beyond that. So I don't know. I just have to put a big question mark on that theory. It's possible. I did think it was interesting that Joe Rogan shared that. So I wanted to bring that one as an option to your attention. Another one, of course, could be that this is a governmental psyop. But what are the reasons of this psyop? That could be unknown. So that's another possibility here. Oh, one other point about his theory about the nuclear weapons, searching for nuclear weapons. I do suppose that people who are promoting the position of Project Bluebeam could say that this is part of that affair. This is part of staging the nuclear invasion. They could, I'm sure, tie it into that theory. So I'm not saying that that theory is necessarily exclusive or mutually exclusive with the Project Bluebeam theory, but it isn't necessarily something that substantiates Project Bluebeam either. So it could be an alternative theory. Another one is that what is happening with the drones at night could be private tech that's even more advanced than what the government has. And somebody's just playing a big joke on us, trying to see what they can get away with, or showing how weak we are. Maybe it's, a foreign adversary testing out our defensive capabilities. I have heard some people say that that's a potential here. We did hear one congressman from New Jersey say that this is actually part of a mothership off the East Coast from Iran. So it's part of Iran. Pentagon denied that, said, no, this is not from a foreign adversary. So I don't know. That is an alternative theory that you could consider. Another is that it could be that the drones are part of an attempt to spark more investment in defensive material and the defensive sector. And this could be done without staging an alien invasion, which is, again, part and parcel to the Project Bluebeam theory. And so it could be that Project Bluebeam and all that, that's not true. There's no intention for that, but there is an intention of part of the people who are doing this to get people stirred up so that the government passes more legislation on drones and also invests into the defense sector, right? And so that will certainly make people who are in the arms business very, very rich. This could also be part of a demonic delusion used to deceive people. We've heard that as a theory. In fact, I have to say, rivaling the Project Blue Beam theory in the comment section that I saw for so many people when I did that Cliff High video. Second to that was people saying, this isn't aliens, this isn't the government, it's demons. It's a possibility, right? I do have to say, when it comes to the stuff like, okay, this is demons. Possible, but I think with claims such as, ones of a spiritual nature, you really need to have really strong evidence for that if you're going to just automatically skip natural explanations and rush to the supernatural, right? If there are natural explanations that are perhaps even more likely, I would look into those first before jumping to supernatural ones. One of the theories that was floating around for a long time, and I say floating around, pun intended here, is that some people believed that planets in outer space, the way that they moved was by angels pushing them, right? Angels are pushing the planets. Possible, but there are some more likely explanations for the movement of planets that have a natural answer here, right? And I would be more inclined to go for the natural solutions rather than skipping automatically to something supernatural in nature. Now, I do, as a theologian, believe in the supernatural, but I, first of all, recognize that God also created the natural order. And there's natural rules and laws of the universe. And I look for explanations there first before jumping to something that might be more miraculous or less likely. Perhaps this is a version of Occam's razor. Okay. But concerning this, you do have some people who would tie in 2 Thessalonians 2:11-12 on this situation. And they would say that this is all part of a demonic delusion that is being sent over people. And some might say that ties into, again, the Project Bluebeam view. Let me briefly pull it up on my screen so that you can see the verses in question. I'm going to share my screen so that you can see it now. Let's start around, this is 2 Thessalonians 2. Let's just start the beginning of the pericope at verse 5. Okay, don't you remember that when I was with you, I used to tell you these things, and now you know what is holding him back, that is the Antichrist, so that he may be revealed at the proper time, for the secret power of lawlessness is already at work. But the one who now holds it back, that's supposed to be the Holy Spirit, will continue to do so until he is taken out of the way. And then the lawless one, the man of lawlessness, as he's called in other translations, this is what some people believe is the Antichrist. It doesn't say Antichrist here, but again, a lot of exegetes have tied in the concept of Antichrist into the man of lawlessness. And then the lawless one will be revealed, whom the Lord Jesus will overthrow with the breath of his mouth and destroy by the splendor of his coming. The coming of the lawless one will be in accordance with how Satan works. He will use all sorts of displays of power through signs and wonders that serve the lie. What lie is that? Well, whatever lie it is, there's going to be false signs and wonders that Satan will use to promote some kind of nefarious agenda.
We in
and a
church,
lie.
y'all. We in church.
In all the ways that wickedness deceives those who are perishing, they perish because they refuse to love the truth and so be saved. For this reason, God sends them a powerful delusion so that they will believe the lie. So God sends a delusion on the people so that they believe a lie. And so that all will be condemned who have not believed the truth, but have delighted in wickedness. And so there's a couple ways to look at this. I mean, some could just say, look, I think it's all demons. There's no Project Blue Book, and this is all just part of 2 Thessalonians 2. You can read it in a straightforward way there and tie that in. Sure. Others, Project Blue Beam theorists might say, well, see, what this is actually referring to when it comes to signs and wonders of Satan, that's going to tie into the government pretending to stage an alien invasion. And so these are the false signs and wonders, maybe directly communicating to your brain images and sounds that aren't really there. These are false signs and wonders. And this is to further the agenda of the Antichrist, because the Antichrist will then be set up as the one who will come and rescue us from this predicament. Okay, so there's that way of interpreting it. Another way of interpreting it is this lie that's being spoken of here is just a reference to God will allow people to continue to believe the lies that they're already involved in, wickedness and sins and so on and so forth. Another possibility here is the lie that it's referring to is, since it's contextually in the context here of the lawless one, it could be that the lie spoken of in verse 9 is in reference to the embracing of the Antichrist. The lie, i.e., that the Antichrist is Jesus Christ. That would be a lie, right? If you believe the Antichrist is the second coming of Christ, that would be a lie, sure. So that's another possibility. So admittedly, there is a way to read this, that's consistent with Project Blue Beam. There's also other ways to read it, in such a way that doesn't necessarily mean, Project Blue Beam is true. But I do see people who are promoting the Project Blue Beam view appealing to that verse, and I do want to just point out possibly, but there's other ways to interpret that clearly. Now, another one is that people are overreacting, and most of what people are seeing at night is, it's not some mysterious drone. Maybe it's airplanes or something we've been seeing. The government gaslighting us, telling us there's nothing to worry about. These are all lawfully manned and operated. And, I think that one's less likely, right? But I'm sure that there's an element of truth to it, right? I do think that there are some people promoting videos saying, oh, look, it's a drone in my backyard and it's probably an airplane or something like that, right? There's some truth to that. Okay, there are some people panicking. I heard of somebody saying yesterday in Texas that there's like a mysterious fog that's coming about, their city in Texas. And I just want to say, okay, people are just now panicking and people are becoming paranoid because, okay, a mysterious fog. I mean, when is fog not mysterious? And then, fog, it comes and goes. And so I think we're becoming a little paranoid. So there could be some paranoia. There could be some people overplaying it. But I do think that one's pretty unlikely. But it is a possibility, right? It could be that just everybody's delusional and all of this is just, regular aircrafts and we're making a big deal out of nothing. It's a possibility. Again, another alternative here is, of course, Project Blue Beam itself. But here, my big concern with this is, and there's actually a lot of concerns that I have with the Project Blue Beam theory, theological and just rational concerns. I have to say, okay, this is a very great claim. If you're going to make a really strong and great claim, you're going to have really strong evidence for it. Again, admittedly, I am new to this theory. So I have certainly not seen all of the evidence that is out there. But what I'm going to say is it is going to take a lot of evidence to convince me that what we're seeing is the unveiling of Project Blue Beam. It's possible, but I'm going to need to see a lot more evidence that would suggest that before I would be able to get on board with it. In other words, I'm open to wherever the truth is. I'm open to that even being the truth because it is conceivably true. But if I'm going to actually affirm it and say, yeah, okay, I think that's what's going on here, I'm going to need a little bit more evidence than this. because there's a lot of ways to interpret the data that we've seen so far in other alternative ways, as I just showed you. Those are my initial thoughts on Project Bluebeam. Perhaps you have a different opinion. Perfectly fine. Perhaps you have some more evidence for it. Perfectly fine. Feel free to send it to me. I'm happy to consider it. Feel free to post it in the comment section or email it to me, whatever. Or if you have a different theory and you have something else that you think is going on with the drones, fine. Let me know, because honestly, I just want to get to the bottom of what is going on. Like this is weird, and I feel like I don't know how we can move on to discussing anything else until this is addressed. I mean, obviously, life goes on, and we got to talk about all sorts of things. But I don't know. I feel like I'm really fixated on this point until we get answers. But that's me. I want to show you some other videos here that are coming up online. Some updates with the drones. Evidently, mystery drones are being reported in Los Angeles County. We actually saw yesterday an airport shut down in New York for an hour. The governor came and made a statement. So this is the governor saying they shut down the airfield because they were having interference from these drones. So that nonsense that the Pentagon, that the White House gave us, John Kirby, telling us that, this isn't accessing restricted airspace, ridiculous. We've already had senators say that. Now we're even having the governor confirm that. Before we look at those videos, though, I do want to again remind everybody who's just now tuning in, please hit that subscribe button. Take a moment. It just takes 1 second.
They also said that the drones has actually stops. It was a car accident, and they stopped the they was in the way of the airplanes and stuff getting to the car accident or something, or helicopters getting to the car accident or something. That's crazy.
Let's see what's going on here in Los Angeles.
Here we
This
go.
is from KTLA5 Weekend Mornings. All right, let's see.
Got some new video from a viewer here at KTLA. However, this is causing some big problems on the East Coast, even shutting down a runway at New York's Stewart Airport. Well, this is a very big issue.
Moving lights. Okay, we love it. So what is this? I'm just hanging out.
So this new video from KTLA viewer Sharon shows what appears to be a drone over the San Fernando Gardens community. That was at 4 o'clock this morning when she sent that over to our newsroom, with multiple other sightings across our part of the country. A TikTok user captured video of possibly 5 drones in Riverside. They've been spotted in Temecula as well earlier this week. So exactly what's going on? Temecula is near Camp Pendleton, a military base, but the Marines say they're not involved. Riverside County Sheriff, well, he suggests the drones could be from Southern California Edison, which inspects power lines with drones. However, the utility company says they don't fly drones at night. The Riverside County Sheriff's Office has received no formal reports, but is referring all concerns this morning to the FAA, which is now investigating. Well, the sightings began last month in New Jersey with reports of large drones, some the size of a car, flying at night. Since then, they've appeared in New York, Pennsylvania, Minnesota, and California. One local TikTok user captured footage of at least 10 drones flying over the city, saying that they vanished after turning off their lights. The FBI says they've received 5,000 leads since November. The Department of Homeland Security says they believe the sightings are manned aircraft and not drones. But for now, there's no evidence the drones are a national security threat. However, lawmakers are demanding answers this morning.
We should be doing some very urgent intelligence analysis and take them out of the skies, especially if they're flying over airports or military bases. We should be shot down if necessary.
You can see they're very large. They're not the size of a commercial airliner, but they're the size of a vehicle. Because if they get lower, they would get substantially bigger. And I can see that. I could tell. It's not a hobbyist. And there's so many around New Jersey throughout the whole state. Everybody's seen this for 3-4 weeks now. That imagine how much money this must cost.
Man,
And locally
it's a
here, the
bunch of-
people have been showing the videos of drones here in Southern California. They say it's a big concern to them because they feel like their privacy is an issue and someone may be spying on them. Of course, we're going
What
to hear
you
from
doing?
drone experts talking about what is legal and not legal. That's coming up in the next hour. Reporting live here in Hollywood, Gene Kang.
Okay, so it's I don't know. This is just fascinating. I do have to point out, and somebody actually just mentioned it right now in the chat, that we had one of these drones that supposedly went down in Jersey,
Yeah, there
and
you
the
go.
FBI was investigating it. Can we get an update on that? What's going on? Again, I said whenever we heard that the FBI is investigating, and I said, okay, well, that doesn't really evoke a whole lot of confidence in the situation and getting answers. But I think that we as taxpayers can demand answers and should be able to expect answers. If we are expected and required to pay taxes, I think the government is required to provide answers, especially when this involves our safety, because a drone the size of a SUV falling out of the sky, certainly that's a safety issue, right? At the very least. So yeah, we need some answers here. Here's another one that I came across. This is, if you ever wanted to know what the word gaslighting means, it's this video. It's this guy right here. This is it. Webster's dictionary, delete the definition from gaslighting and just insert a clip of this guy as the video.
Right.
This is the definition of gaslighting. The height of it, here it is. Drum roll. Let's see it.
Absolutely, George, and thank you very much for having me. There's no question that people are seeing drones, and I want to assure the American public that we in the federal government have deployed additional resources, personnel, technology to assist the New Jersey State Police in addressing the drone sightings. Some of those drone sightings are in fact drones. Some are manned aircraft that are commonly mistaken for drones, and we do see duplicative reporting. But there's no question that drones are being sighted. Let me set the record straight here, George.
Please
there
do.
are thousands of drones flown every day in the United States. Recreational drones, commercial drones. That is the reality. And in September of 2023, the Federal Aviation Administration, the FAA, changed the rules so that drones could fly at night. And that may be one of the reasons why now people are seeing more drones than they did before.
You heard that right. He is serious. He is actually suggesting, well, because actually now there's some legislation that allows more drones at night. So I mean, these are just regular people flying their drones around. I mean, gosh,
Yeah,
y'all.
right. Them big
Why are you being so
drones.
stupid? These are just regular people flying drones around, because it's totally the case that drones the size of SUVs are commercially available.
Especially from dawn to dusk. And so that is the reality. But I want to assure the American public that we are on it. We are working in close coordination with state and local authorities. And it is critical, as we all have said for a number of years, that we need from Congress additional authorities to address the drone situation. Our authorities currently are limited, and they are set to expire. We need them extended and expanded.
What exactly do you need?
We want state and local authorities to also have the ability to counter drone activity under federal supervision. That is one important element that we have requested, and we've heard it echoed by the state and local officials themselves.
Wow. I feel just so assured. And I just feel so much better now that he said that. Again, the definition of gaslighting. Don't believe your lying eyes. This isn't what you think it is.
That's crazy, man. This is a bunch of bull, man. I mean, Mike, I'm with you on that. I'm definitely with you on
You
that.
know, by humans. And so sometimes it's hard to tell what's what these days. If something is authentic, if something's made up, I don't know. I do want to just throw this out there because I thought it was pretty interesting, and there's some pretty noteworthy people sharing it on social media. So I thought I'd be amiss if I didn't at least show it to you. This one is evidently Aliens in Phoenix, Arizona, December 14th, 2022 is the title of it. The user says this is possibly the best and clearest video ever of the drones approaching UAP. And then as it touches the UAP, unidentified aerial phenomena, another term for UFO, shoots it down. This happened in Phoenix, Arizona a few hours ago. So allegedly this is now taking place in places like Phoenix as well. Okay, so let's take a look at it.
I'm on I got a big screen, y'all. So a very big screen, TV screen. So I'm gonna let y'all know. I see. Oh,
is that moving quick?
It is moving quick. They fast.
I don't know what the hell that is.
My drone is fast.
That's quick. There's only one remaining right now.
Jeez, I wish people had a tripod.
Whatever they're
Hang in there.
He moved quick around it.
Hang in there, pun intended. Come on now, let's get to it. I don't know what that is. I guess those are drones. It's so hard to tell. Is that an airplane or a drone?
Like right there with it. Oh, he's like right on it. Oh, that whatever was just shut down the drone.
It's falling.
I didn't see a shooting part, but obviously I do see the one falling down here. So clearly the drone is falling. Did it crash into another drone, or was it shot down? I didn't see anything being shot necessarily. I guess it's possible it was shot. So there's that one.
All they had to
Another
do is
one
touch
here. Again, take
the
it with a
propellers
grain of
touch, they
salt.
coming
I don't know if
down.
this one was completely made up.
Man, y'all know good and well this is man-made or woman-made. This is man-made or woman-made. Them aliens, if they was aliens and stuff, they probably wouldn't even have no lights. They wouldn't have them type of glowing. We don't know what they would have. They wouldn't have no lights. They wouldn't have no propellers, flashing lights in the front and the back. Come on, man. This is some bull. They pulling tricks over your sleeves, baby.
But it's pretty wild. This one is a person shooting. It looks like what is that? A Roman candle firework here, and it actually hits the UAP or drone or whatever you want to call it. Pretty wild, if real. Here it is.
Shoot that boy down.
Yeah.
Shoot that boy down. Shoot that boy down, bro. Shoot that boy down.
Man, that's that's bull, man. That's
1 in a million shot. I don't know if that's real. That could be completely fake. But that's pretty epic if it's real, right? And by the way, I'm not suggesting that you do this, okay? I'm not recommending that you do this. In fact, I've heard a lot of good reasons for not firing at these things, and so don't be a vigilante here and intervene directly if you come across these things. No telling what that will lead to. I thought that was pretty fascinating. Had to share it with y'all. Of course, I'll keep y'all updated on the situation with the drones. I am going to have a drone expert on the show.
Okay.
Likely on Tuesday. I'll let you know the time pretty soon. But look for a video on Tuesday. I'm going to have a drone expert come on, and we're going to talk about various videos that are floating around. I want to get his thoughts. I want to know from a drone expert what you're seeing in the sky. Is this commercially available? Is this, some kind of psyop? Is this Project Bluebeam? Is this the government? Is this just regular users? What's going on? What are your thoughts? So going to have him on. I do want to get some other people from various backgrounds with different theories and different perspectives on the show. So if you know.
All right, that's enough, man. I was trying to make it to the end, let him say his piece or whatever, but give him a thumbs up and everything. Mike, you are giving me a whole lot of great information, man, and that's what I've been looking for. When I'm looking and I'm doing research on all this stuff, man, I think I had enough of the drone stuff. I think we're done with the drones. I think that somebody's behind the drones. It ain't no alien attack and all this mess. If it was an alien attack, they would do more than just hover. They wouldn't fall out the sky if they that sophisticated. If they that sophisticated to get here to our world. Welcome to planet Earth. Why are they crashing? Or something did we crash into one? They'd be like, please, man. Zzz. They said they move so fast, and I think nobody can look. Check this out, man. Nobody can see how they about the size of cars. Says who? They so high in the air. Every time you try to put a camera on them, they disappear. So how do you know they size of cars or a small car? I think they big. Don't get me wrong. You got a drone. If you put 3 or 4 drones together, yeah, man, this is a bunch of bull. This is a bunch of bull. Who knows that they coming out of the water? You see them coming out the water, it's a bunch of bull. I think it's a bunch of bull. I think the government knows it's a bunch of bull. And I think that I know one thing, they can't fly but so long. That's why they keep disappearing. I think if somebody got a blue light that's putting a light up there and they make them disappear because they running out of sheet. They running out of clouds or whatever they casting this thing on, man. And the government saying, don't worry, we got it under control. So tomorrow, if we see some drone stuff, we ain't covering it. We ain't covering no more of this stuff. Wait till they shoot back. Then I'm a panic. And why are we shooting at them? Or the drones? They ain't done nothing. Look here, man. I'm gonna get on up out of here. Hey, y'all take it light, take it slow. Tell them Uncle Mike told you so. Peace out. Drones ain't do nothing to us, so why are we doing something to them? I ain't down with this drone stuff, man. That joint was way too boring. I'm looking at the views on this thing. I like the gaslighting technology. I mean, stuff. Hey, Bonnie. Let me see. This dude right here got 100,000 views though in 23 hours. So, but let's put that up and see what happens. But we're gonna switch gears. We ain't gonna cover that. 50 Cent. Oh, that's a 2-hour joint. We're gonna have to do that later. Rick Ross and the P. Diddy. Yeah. Let's get a hey, Courtney. This thing right here. Hey, Murph. What y'all now? The number's gonna go up to here. We learning, y'all. We studying. I gotta go to the bathroom. I've been drinking all. You're funny, Mike. Yep. How in the world you got all these? Come on, man. You got all these daggone everybody done seen these drones. Everybody talking about these drones. And I think one fail. Somebody done this will trip me out right here. This thing does not. One drone done fail. They done blocked the air. They blocked the airport. Come find out it's a real small airport. Ain't nothing else stopped. And how long these drones? It's been 3 or 4 days for us. How long all these people been talking about these drones, man? They said a couple of weeks or months. I'm done with them drones. Ain't no daggone aliens. And me food. I'll be back. Went and got some food while I was out. Chicken. Yeah. All right, y'all. We got some chicken. Yeah, we got some chicken, y'all. Oh, I can hear Ziggy running around looking for me. God damn. God, that was quick. Did you change? Oh boy. That was quick. That thing changed quick. All right. Let's see. We testing. 1, 2, 3. I had a bacon burger and French fries. I'm hungry, man. What y'all think? Hey, I'm just gonna be honest with y'all. When it comes down to Rick Ross, I was always a Rick Ross hater. It's about time, Mike. Muff 40. I'm hungry, man. I'm hungry, and oh, we gotta go to Ron's channel. Rick Ross was he had a job. He was a correction officer. He lied and tried to tell everybody that wasn't him. So everybody knew it was him. Ribs and pork chop. Only meat I eat, I try to eat, is chicken, fish. Chicken. So even when Rick Ross was being interviewed, people would ask him about him being a correctional officer. He'd lie and say that wasn't him, all this stuff. And then later on, he finally admit that it was him. So he did lie. What guy's channel name? I don't know. Who cares about Big Homie? We got Mike. Rick Ross' mommy talking bad. 50 Cent talking bad about him. Here I am standing on the grounds of what I thought. I love Big Homie CC. Yeah, I do too. Somebody said something about Big Homie CC. I must have missed that one. So, long story short, Rick Ross started admitting, yeah, that was me. I used to be a security guard. I mean, a correction officer in the jails. But people still was listening. Kobe, Mike, I like to see you eating my friend. Do you think Jay-Z will go down eventually? Eventually, according to Jaguar Wright, or on that channel in 50 minutes. Okay. Yeah. So we got time to eat and do this reaction. So yeah, I'm thinking that me neither, George. I don't know what to think no more. Only thing I kept saying is, how in the world you go from a correction officer to making it so big in the music industry so fast? How did you do that? Show me, because I'm trying to do it. Don't find out. You have 50 minutes, yeah. Come find out the when you giving up your behind, because Puffy likes to party and you got to tell him no. I can't do nobody's voice. Yeah, I remember the dude that went into the hotel tearing up stuff. Then they had him in the police precinct on video spilling the beans and talking about. He said Rick Ross is gay, allegedly. And I'm like, oh, so that's how you got that big that fast. Baby oil. Mike equals is Krista Murray. Laugh out loud. Jay-Z will go down when Diddy eventually realized he isn't getting out. Yeah, right. Teresa. I'm thinking the opposite. I think that if Puffy never gonna get out and he know he can take all the heat, he gonna be like, keep hope alive. I'm taking one for the team. Y'all gonna keep it rolling. But according to Jay-Z, correctional officer, baby oil thing equals fling. Yep. I think that Rick Ross, Busta Rhymes, Big Homie CC always talk about Busta Rhymes. Busta Rhymes like it. That's allegedly. Was y'all hear anything about that? Busta Rhymes like sleeping with other men? Allegedly? I guess you guys say allegedly. I don't know. A mailing address, me, or email address? Wendy, yes. Now, you can charge anybody you want, but they got to hold up in court. Sure enough. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Sickos. I used to like him. He's gay too. Big homie CC was spilling the bean. And he was saying, you notice Busta Rhymes always getting into arguments and fights with other women. For what? God dang, all this stuff. So you know, so the truth hurts. One more piece of chicken, y'all. Email. I like that. I didn't know you can do that. Shit. Oops. I done messed up, y'all. Got to be more careful. Oh man. I don't do it for me too. Oh, no, I did do it. Puff fast. Many thanks. Mm-hmm. Ding. Mm. Many thanks. It's beautiful. 1 and 2. Mm-hmm. All right, y'all, let's get it popping. Now that I'm finished. Oh, chicken bone. Lysol. Clean up. Everybody clean up. Now and then I try not to be so messy. I try not to be too messy sometimes. Clean up one time. Yes. Yeah. Just a little bit. Just in case y'all see. We done clean the glass, baby. Just in case Puffy come past. You might want to put the baby oil on my glass, so we got to make sure the glass is clean, sterile. Before he come over here with all that baby oil. Most definitely. All right, we clean up. We got to turn the thing off. Addict. Yeah, he had one, Jules. He had one, a drug addiction. Anyway, let's rock this thing, baby. Let's rock it. Feel better already. I feel better with that. Feel mess. You know, not like it's supposed to. A little fickle. I'm sorry, y'all. I said, what is he doing? Trying to get the headphones right, man. A little, yeah. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Mary. Here we go. Y'all ready? Let's rock. Let's rock. Let's rock. Here we go from the tippy. From the tippy. Yeah, I wanted to do this one. I've been looking forward to this. I'm trying to see what this boy got to say. What is up, YouTube? How y'all doing? Yeah. First of all, I'm happy to do this one right here because I remember back in the day when Rick Ross first hit the scenes, and I was like, he was a correctional officer. He denied it. People was pulling up pictures and everything saying that, yeah, that's him. And he's saying, nah, man, that's not me. I remember seeing an interview of him saying that, look, man, don't ask me none of that. That ain't me, cuz, and all this stuff. He denying it. Everybody knew he was denying it. Then all of a sudden, he admitted that that is him. He used to be a correctional officer. Come on, everybody had a job, whatever, woo. But you lied. So since then, if you lie, I mean, why you didn't want to let people know at first you was a correctional officer? So then all of a sudden, I'm still trying to figure out how in the world somebody gets so big in this music industry so fast. I'm just going to leave it at that. Rick Ross exposed Diddy. Haven't seen this video. I've been trying my best to do my reactions like a first-time reaction. Like
since Sean Diddy Combs.
So without any further ado, hit that subscribe button, hit that bell, and let's check it out.
Was arrested on September. Since Sean Diddy Combs was arrested on September 16th, 2024, there have been numerous stories about the rapper, which continue to tarnish his reputation.
Hey, stop.
Recently, it is being alleged that the founder of Maybach Music Group, Rick Ross, is panicking following the alleged leak of some tapes. Watch this video to find out more about why Ross is allegedly in panic mode and how it is alleged that Diddy was romantically involved with an African musician. Why Rick Ross is panicking. To understand where this story begins, we need to look at a certain beef that involved some of the rap heavyweights in the United States. This feud involved 50 Cent, Diddy, and Rick Ross. A former record executive known as Steve Stoute was also mentioned in the feud. 50 Cent allegedly said that Sean Diddy Combs, Rick Ross, and Steve Stoute were all lovers. This came after 50 had trolled online for a...
Wait a minute. Let's say that. Let's hear that one more time. Let's hear it one more time.
50 Cent, Diddy...
Wait a minute.
And how it is alleged that Diddy was romantically involved with an African musician.
Okay.
Why Rick Ross is panicking. To understand where this story begins, we need to look at a certain beef that involved some of the rap heavyweights in the United States. This feud involved 50 Cent, Diddy, and Rick Ross. A former record executive known as Steve Stoute was also mentioned in the feud. 50 Cent allegedly said that Sean Diddy Combs, Rick Ross, and Steve Stoute were all lovers. This came after 50 had trolled online for a couple of weeks. At the time he was trolling Diddy, Sean Combs had numerous lawsuits filed against him, and 50 was feeling very good about Diddy's misfortunes. Almost all the lawsuits that Diddy was facing at that time included sexual acts with men or women. Upon hearing this, 50 took aim at Diddy and directed trolls towards the self-proclaimed bad boy for life. After doing this, the G-Unit general decided that he was going to drag his enemy in the game, Rick Ross. While doing this, 50 Cent rehashed one of the Maybach Music Group boss' most controversial lyrics. 50 Cent took to Instagram on December 6, 2023, where he posted a screenshot of the lyrics from a song by Rick Ross known as UOENO. The lyrics sounded controversial, and in the post made on Instagram by 50, he questioned why Rick Ross thought of saying what he did in the song. The lyric in question is, "Put Molly all in her champagne. She ain't even know it. I took her home, and I enjoyed that. She ain't even know it." The lyric was previously criticized as people felt Rick Ross was promoting illegal acts against women, which is inappropriate in the current music world. The song, UOENO, was released back in 2013, and as the lyrics received significant backlash, it spelled more trouble for Rick Ross. At that time, due to the heavy criticism Ross received, Reebok ended up dropping him from an endorsement deal. Later on, the Maybach Music Group rapper issued an apology, stating that he did not intend to harm anyone. In fact, Ross claimed he was misunderstood, and that he values and respects women and their rights. Taking jabs at both Diddy and Rick Ross, 50 Cent also posted a picture of Sean Combs, also known as Puff Daddy, alongside Rick Ross. The two rappers had collaborated in the past, so there were numerous photos of them together online. Posting the photo marked another escalation in the bitter feud between 50 Cent and Rick Ross. The two hip-hop heavyweights have been engaged in an on-and-off feud since 2009, but the origin of their beef remains unclear, with various opinions circulating online. When Ross released his joint album with fellow Maybach Music Group member Meek Mill, 50 Cent took aim at the rapper, and it was alleged that the two exchanged words regularly. According to 50 Cent, the album by Rick Ross and Meek Mill did not perform well in terms of sales, particularly in its first week. 50 claimed he is a better rapper than Rick Ross, as he can sell more copies of his album solo, whereas Rick Ross struggled to sell enough even with a collaboration. The Maybach Music Group mogul decided not to let this slide, responding by attacking 50 Cent. In his retaliation, Rick Ross alleged that 50 Cent's girlfriend, Jamira Cuban Link Haynes, a former video model, was an escort working for Meek Mill's record label, Dream Chasers. Ross also claimed he was wealthier than 50 Cent. In December 2023, 50 Cent teased a documentary discussing the numerous allegations against Diddy, many of which involved sexual misconduct. While many fans and critics initially thought 50 was just trolling Diddy, it later became clear that he was creating a project around the Diddy situation. According to reports shared by TMZ, the documentary was developed by the G-Unit mogul, 50 Cent, and there were claims that the proceeds from the documentary would be donated to the victims of Sean Combs' alleged wrongdoings. As part of promoting the project, 50 Cent shared a clip from an interview with former Bad Boy Records rapper Mark Curry. In the clip, Curry alleged that Sean Diddy Combs used to host parties where he gave his guests alcohol that was allegedly spiked. It was also claimed that women at these parties were given substances that caused them to lose consciousness. At the time, Sean Combs was facing multiple lawsuits, prompting him to eventually address the situation. Sean Combs released a statement on social media where he said, "Enough is enough. For the last couple of weeks, I have sat silently and watched people try to assassinate my character, destroy my reputation and my legacy. Sickening allegations have been made against me by individuals looking for a quick payday. Let me be absolutely clear. I did not do any of the awful things being alleged. I will fight for my name, my family, and for the truth." If feuds in the hip-hop industry were a sport, then 50 Cent would be in its Hall of Fame. Over the past 25 years, 50 has initiated numerous beefs and has been able to maintain all those feuds. While the allegations against Sean Diddy Combs are ugly, the beef between 50 Cent and Sean Combs did not just start the other day. According to word on the streets, the two rappers have been in a feud for over 18 years. The feud has involved various topics, ranging from childish jokes to serious allegations, such as the claim that the Bad Boy Records mogul was involved in the murder of the legendary Tupac Amaru Shakur back in September 1996. The two rappers began their careers in the 90s, and at one point, they even shared a manager, the late Chris Lighty. The story between 50 Cent and Diddy is complex, involving failed record deals, disrespectful memes, and ghostwriting. Less than a year after 50 Cent was shot 9 times, the hip-hop heavyweight was busy trying to get back into the rap game. This was also when 50 Cent was dropped from Columbia Records. According to rumors, one of 50's strategies to re-establish himself in the industry was ghostwriting. In 2022, the rapper appeared on The Breakfast Club, where he claimed that he once wrote a song for Sean Diddy Combs. According to 50 Cent, he wrote Diddy's verse in the song Let's Get It, which Diddy performed with G-Dep in April 2001. If you listen to Diddy's verse in that song, you'll notice that his style matches that of 50 Cent. By 2002, the beef between 50 Cent and Sean Diddy Combs started to get more real.
Wow.
50 Cent released a song in May 2002 where he name-dropped Diddy, saying Sean Combs wasn't like him. Initially, the feud seemed casual. In November 2002, 50 Cent dropped another track where he dissed Diddy again. The track was similar to a song by Notorious B.I.G., where Diddy can be seen dancing. In 50's version, he took a jab at Diddy, saying he doesn't dance around like him. In September 2006, the tension escalated when 50 Cent accused Diddy of being involved in the murder of Notorious B.I.G.
Okay.
At that point, the rivalry became more intense, and 50 Cent became increasingly aggressive toward Diddy. In a 2014 interview, 50 Cent further stoked the flames, claiming that Diddy had no good songs and that most of his music was garbage. Just like Sean Diddy Combs, 50 Cent has had a long-standing beef with Rick Ross, which spanned several years. According to reports, the feud between 50 Cent and Rick Ross started after an unpleasant interaction between the two rappers at a BET event in the late 2000s.
Okay.
It's said that during the event, the Queens rapper gave Rick Ross a cold stare, sparking the beginning of their feud. In 2020, Rick Ross did an interview with I Am Athlete, where he was asked about his beef with Curtis Jackson, aka 50 Cent. Ross claimed that 50 Cent was only a great rapper in the early 2000s when he had access to the best producers. According to Ross, 50 Cent's music quality has declined, and he cannot match the level of music Ross produces today. Speaking about his rivalry with Curtis, Ross said, "Would it truly be entertaining in terms of music? I mean, let's be real. 50 Cent had some major hits back when he had the top producers and artists collaborating on his tracks. That's why, these days, he's struggling to produce anything noteworthy. Rose might not be able to rescue him from that." According to Rick Ross's statements, many interpreted his words as a declaration that he would never reconcile with 50 Cent or collaborate on any song with him. During the interview, Meek Mill suggested that reconciliation between 50 Cent and Rick Ross might be possible. However, Rick Ross quickly dismissed the idea, making it clear that such a thing would never happen. He also downplayed 50 Cent's perceived wealth, suggesting that 50 might need a job to stay afloat financially. Their beef extends beyond music and spills over into social media battles. According to Rick Ross, he believes he came out victorious in the feud, but 50 Cent would vehemently disagree. Ross did, however, acknowledge 50 Cent's resilience, noting that despite going bankrupt, facing setbacks, and strained relationships, 50 has kept his head up. More recently, the ongoing feud has taken a bizarre turn, with 50 Cent dragging Rick Ross into the current controversy surrounding Sean Diddy Combs. 50 Cent alleged that Ross and Diddy are romantically involved, though many view this as just another jab in his long-standing rivalry with both men. However, some speculate that the claim may have some truth.
He's not the only one that said that, though. It's a lot of people that said that, allegedly. The guy that went in the hotel and tore up stuff, and he had the hospital apron on, talking to the police. And he said, I was like a sex. He mentioned Rick Ross' name and said some gay stuff about that, allegedly, or whatever. You gotta say allegedly, y'all.
Many view this as just another jab in his long-standing rivalry with both men. However, some speculate that the claim may have some truth, especially given the recent wave of allegations about Diddy's involvement in sexual acts with other men. These rumors have been fueled by videos reportedly obtained by the Department of Homeland Security, though nothing has been confirmed. As the Diddy saga continues to unravel, it seems Rick Ross is growing.
And my man right here, I don't mean to stop it, man, but I always say that we the best music. You know he got to be on them tapes. Every time I look, man, maybe everybody is picking pictures with him and video clips with him in it. For some reason, man, I already know his name gonna be in it.
Obtained by the Department of Homeland Security, though nothing has been confirmed. As the Diddy saga continues to unravel, it seems Rick Ross is growing increasingly anxious, especially if these tapes are released to the public. According to those who believe 50 Cent's Instagram post from December 2023, Ross could be implicated in Diddy's notorious freak-offs. Diddy is currently being held at the Metropolitan Detention Center, awaiting trial on various charges, which he vehemently denies. As new evidence continues to surface, including some leaked videos, speculation remains about Rick Ross's involvement. What began as a feud about music and power has now spiraled into something far more sensational, with the public eagerly waiting for more details to emerge in the coming weeks. Other men who were involved with Diddy. As we begin looking at this list, we need to understand that the people in it are just being rumored to have been romantically involved with the founder of Bad Boy Records. At the moment, there is no tangible proof that shows these men have ever been involved with Sean Diddy Combs, but according to word on the street, people are claiming that these men were most likely involved with the disgraced 54-year-old rapper. According to rumors, there was a memoir written by Diddy's ex-girlfriend, Kim Porter. According to the alleged memoir, it was said that Kim, who died in 2018 at the age of 47, found some disturbing tapes when she was living with Sean Diddy Combs. The allegations in the memoir can be said to be very serious, and the claims against Diddy in the memoir reveal some shocking secrets about the rapper. It alleges that Sean Combs used to attack Kim Porter when they were living together, and the tapes that Kim found in the house included video footage of Diddy being involved in sexual acts with underage boys.
Whoa.
The memoir was titled Kim's Lost Words, A Journey for Justice from the Other Side. This memoir was published by a Los Angeles-based producer, Chris Todd, just days before Sean Diddy Combs was indicted. According to a report shared by the Daily Mail, it was alleged that Kim Porter kept a diary that she had saved on a flash drive. The report shared by the media outlet also goes on to say that Kim Porter shared the flash drive before she died in 2018. Later, the Los Angeles-based producer, Chris Todd, while using the pseudonym Jamal T. Millwood, published the entries of the diary that were contained in the flash drive. The memoir, which is alleged to be written by Kim Porter, is currently one of the best sellers on Amazon. In the alleged memoir, Kim Porter narrates some shocking discoveries about Diddy, where she says that she managed to stumble upon some tapes which showed videos of Diddy being romantically involved with boys. According to the rumors, one of the boys who was having romantic relations with Diddy later became a famous pop star. According to word on the street, the famous celebrity who is being discussed is none other than Justin Bieber. The reason why people are saying that there is a huge possibility that the memoir is talking about Bieber is because there was a video which resurfaced that showed the pop star was supposed to spend 48 hours with the Bad Boy Records mogul. While trying to connect the dots and fix the puzzle, people have been claiming that the 48 hours spent by the two included acts of intercourse. According to what the memoir was alleging, Kim Porter found the tapes in Diddy's bedroom vault, and she decided that she was going to make copies of the tapes in order to protect herself from any potential backlash when she left him. It is alleged that Kim Porter was shocked to see Diddy being involved in sexual acts with other men. According to word on the street, she also saw videos of the disgraced 54-year-old rap mogul being involved in sexual acts with Usher. We all know that Diddy and Usher go way back. And for a couple of years, Usher used to live with Diddy.
Yeah.
According to what people have been saying on the streets, when Usher was living with Sean Combs, alias Puff Daddy, the two were romantically involved. It is important to understand that these are just rumors that people have been talking about ever since the rapper was arrested on September 16, 2024. The reason why people are saying that Bieber and Usher are part of the tapes is because the two have a history of living with Diddy, and numerous videos online show them at Diddy's homes. It was also alleged that Kim Porter saw other two hip-hop superstars who were previously managed by Diddy. According to the publisher who published the memoir that was alleged to belong to Kim Porter, Diddy used to make tapes because he wanted to use them as collateral against the victims.
Blackmail.
Speaking in an interview with the Daily Mail, the Los Angeles-based producer, Chris Todd, said, "I was given the memoir, 60 pages. I was also given a photo and told if I wanted to access the tapes, I could have that also." He also added that Sean Diddy Combs' friends, along with his late girlfriend Kim Porter's friends, also had copies of the tapes. According to Chris Todd, there were attempts tapes to some of the biggest documentary producers in Hollywood. Todd stated, "I know the celebrity source pretty well. I know how close they were to Kim and Diddy, and all the people in the hip-hop community." Apart from that, it was alleged that the memoir involved other scandals concerning Diddy, including an incident that occurred in a nightclub in 1999. At the time of the 1999 incident, Diddy was dating the beautiful singer Jennifer Lopez, and the couple was in the nightclub together with Jamal Shine Barrow. She continues to say that following what happened inside the nightclub, the disgraced mogul blamed Shine, who ended up serving 10 years in prison. The memoir also alleged that Diddy used to host parties where he would coerce people into engaging in sexual acts. The memoir states, he hosted parties that were just a fancy name for freak-offs, and everyone wanted in. It goes on to allege that when Kim used to live with Diddy, they used to exchange partners. The book stated, I got to do things with Sean I would never have been able to do with a straight man. I woke up and left the bedroom where I was, and Sean happened to be coming out of the another bedroom with a chart-topping rapper and another man. One important thing to keep in mind is that, for now, these claims have not been proven to be authentic or not. For now, they are just rumors, and there is a possibility of them being fake. The reason we are saying this is that Kim Porter is no longer alive, as she died in 2018. There was also a post made on Instagram in July 2024, where one of Kim's closest friends, Ebony Electra, addressed the rumors, stating that there was no book that her late friend had written. At the moment, it is either Chris Todd made up the stories, or Ebony Electra is covering something up. Elsewhere, it was reported that Sean Diddy Combs tried to pressure his former producer, Rodney Lil Rod Jones, into engaging in sexual acts with another man. In a report made by a media outlet known as People's Gazette, it is alleged that Meek Mill was also forced to engage in such acts by Sean Combs. According to the report, Diddy wanted to be romantically involved with these men in exchange for Grammy nominations and awards. The report also claims that Lil Rod filed a 70-page indictment against Diddy that explained how Diddy used to pressure him into such acts. According to the lawsuit, Lil Rod said that Diddy was forcing him to also engage in romantic acts with Stevie J. It is also alleged that Diddy showed Lil Rod a video of Stevie J being romantically involved with a certain Caucasian man. The lawsuit stated that Diddy told Rodney, Lil Rod Jones, "This is a normal practice in the music industry. Look, even Stevie J is doing it." According to reports, Lil Rod spent 13 months living with Diddy. The reports also claim that the producer was forced to watch Diddy take a shower, and that he was often given spiked drinks to make him lose control and engage in romantic acts with the self-proclaimed bad boy for life. To sweeten
all because you want to do music for a living. All because you want to work with somebody that got the right connections. You end up getting into this crazy mess. That's why he filed the lawsuit, man. That's why he filed the lawsuit.
That he was often given spiked drinks to make him lose control and engage in romantic acts with the self-proclaimed bad boy for life. To sweeten his advances toward Lil Rod, the producer said Diddy promised to make him a Grammy winner in the Producer of the Year category. The lawsuit stated, Mr. Combs promised to make sure that Mr. Jones wins Producer of the Year at the Grammys if he engaged in romantic acts with him. Still, according to the lawsuit filed by Lil Rod, Diddy claimed that at one time he engaged in sexual acts with one of the famous rappers who, based on Lil Rod's description, fits that of Meek Mill. The reason people allege that it might have been Meek Mill is that the lawsuit described the rapper as a Philadelphia-based artist who used to be the boyfriend of Nicki Minaj. According to other rumors, it is also alleged that Nigerian rapper Burna Boy was romantically involved with Sean Diddy Combs. According to these rumors, Burna Boy and Sean Combs stayed together during the COVID-19 period while working on Burna Boy's album. The album later went on to win a Grammy Award in 2021, marking the first Grammy that Burna Boy ever won in his life. The rumors further claim that during the time Burna was working on the album with Diddy, while they were staying together, Diddy told Burna Boy that he should engage in sexual acts with him if he wanted to win a Grammy for the album. Word on the street is that Sean Diddy Combs is a very powerful...
So he can pimp you out. That's what it's all about. I wait to the end. I wait to the end. Yeah, Puffy think he's slick. I already know what's been going on. I know now.
Burna Boy
That's
that he
messed
should
up,
engage
man.
in sexual acts with him if he wanted to win a Grammy for the album. Word on the street is that Sean Diddy Combs is a very powerful man who pulls the strings in almost everything. Rumors have it that he is one of the people in charge of the Grammys and controls who wins the award and who doesn't. According to these rumors, Diddy has used his position of power to coerce men into having romantic relationships with him. It is not clear if Rick Ross was one of these men, but according to 50 Cent, Rick and Diddy were also romantically involved. Following his recent arrest on September 16, 2024, Diddy has been mired in numerous problems, including new allegations and stories that keep tarnishing his name. The disgraced rapper is being held in the same detention center that housed the likes of Epstein and R. Kelly, who were also involved in cases similar to that of Diddy. As time goes on, we will be able to determine if the men who have allegedly been involved in acts of intercourse with Diddy were truly involved in such acts. For now, we just have to wait and see how the whole Diddy saga unfolds. He has been denied bail twice and is waiting for his trial, the date of which has not yet been confirmed. The prosecutors are building a very strong case against the self-proclaimed bad boy for life, with the evidence brought forward being quite insane, to say the least. During a raid on his house in March 2024, Homeland Security agents reported retrieving 1,000 bottles of baby oil from the mogul's home. According to what people have been saying, the baby oil was used by Sean Combs, alias Puff Daddy or Diddy, as a lubricant in acts of intercourse with men. It is worth noting that most of the things said here are just rumors at the moment, but as the case against Diddy continues to unfold, it will be determined if these rumors are true. In the meantime, we will continue bringing you the latest juicy stories about the case of Sean Diddy Combs and all the new developments in his situation. For now, we should know that the things which were said by Curtis Jones, alias 50 Cent, were just rumors. But also, we do not know the inner things that the New York rapper knows.
Yeah, Rick Ross didn't speak that much. Oh man, it's supposed to be about Rick Ross, but I know good and well Puffy was, for allegedly, this is what I'm thinking, he was pimping all them out. Yo, you know, he test them, and I don't know, they said the boiled egg test and all that stuff. Puffy, shame on you, man. Shame on you for you know, the game hung out with him for 2 years. I wonder what that about. Is the game like that too? I don't know. Only thing I know is, you know, Puffy like to party and just hang out and stuff. And 50 Cent is letting everybody know what time it is. So what I do is, they are billionaires, they are millionaires and billionaires. There's a lot of people want to keep things hush hush because they got fantasies of sleeping with other men. And that's cool if that's what you want to do. If you want to pimp yourself out and get real good and baby oiled up by Puffy, you know, so Puffy can say, well, look, man, if you do this deal with Dip, you know, because he wants you, man. What? I got to sleep with him too? God dang it. Turn over, give him his butt. You know, that's $1 million. Oh, Puffy, I loved who I had fun with that one. You know, and he knew the click. He knew the click. Can't tell me he didn't. Come on, man. He a businessman. And these people want some fantasies or whatever the case may be. I don't know what to call it. Only thing I know is, boy, Lil Rod said he wasn't down with that. Look at Cuban Jr. His brother talking, saying, well, why would he do that? Some of these people, come on, man. Something got to be going wrong. Y'all tell me what went down. I'm going to get on up out of here, man. Rest in peace to Kim Porter. Lord have mercy, man. I can't believe this. God dang. I wonder what, I don't know. TD Jakes? Everybody wants some, but they want to keep it on the down low. with the TD Jakes and all these people, man. I'm gonna get on up out of here. Hey, y'all take it light, take it slow. Tell them Uncle Mike told you so. Peace out. Can't believe this dude, man. Him or Rick Ross. There's no way in the world Rick Ross didn't get how he get up there so fast. That's all I want to know. How in the heck he get up so fast? Your
Sean Diddy
wasn't that
Combs.
talented. Shit. I mean, shoot, he wasn't that talented. Where we at, y'all? Where we at? Is it time? Rick Ross. Oh shoot. I wanna Nick made it. My God, I see y'all. Hey, Mike rhymes with Bugatti. Mike rhymes with Bugatti. I don't know, Murph. God damn. You tell me, Mr. Psychologist. It's illuminated. Illuminati's. Yeah, how that's how it's made, man. Oh my God, I don't know what. Oh my gracious, we were supposed to. Oh, I already did this. This was Kathy. Dude, check this out real quick on the Jay-Z thing, man. Oh shoot, that ain't even the one I wanted to show. This one, original. Here we go.
Other mistress.
We just did a reaction on this, and I was planning on blowing this all up and everything. They was talking about that girl's bump. I needed to. Oh, there it is, right there. That's good enough.
Meldrum, her dress fold.
Did y'all see that? Look how that. Oh my gracious, that's perfect right there. What is this? I'm gonna pull it up over there. 604. 604. I'm gonna pull it up over here, y'all, so y'all can see it. And then we're gonna get back to history. 604. Yeah, live stream homie. Let's see something here. 604, real quick. 6 5. All right, let's start with this real quick. This is crazy. First of all, this is crazy as I don't know what right here. Leak. Now, people are saying that Blue Ivory looks like Kathy White. Rest in peace. Hey Matt, Miss D. This is weird as I don't know what right here. So, but oh shoot. Did y'all see? Oh, there it is right there. I'm gonna go. Okay.
What this moment exposed to some even caught us by surprise. Here it is again, slowed
That's the baby
down.
bump.
As Beyonce sits down with Molly Meldrum.
I'm trying to find a explanation for that. Hey, Miss D. Yeah. She said, stop, you's a shining star. First time I seen side by side. Yeah. Fake bump. Yeah. I'm trying to figure out. Wow, man. What would make a woman's stomach go like that, Teresa? See, Teresa knows, but she's a lady. Us men, we don't know. We don't know no better. We don't know no better. So let's run it again.
What this moment exposed to some
That's
even caught
messed
us
up,
by
man.
surprise. Here it is again, slowed down. As Beyonce sits down with Molly Meldrum, her dress folds. That crease caused a worldwide controversy.
That's crazy right there. That right there is my first facts to say something ain't right. It's a lot of stuff that just ain't right. You know, all right, yeah. The ladies know. Oh yeah, never. Sorry to say that. Sorry to hear that, Star. Keep your head up, baby. Yeah, inflatable. Yeah, you're right. Most cannot bend that way. Yeah, and when I did the reaction to that, I was thinking if you're pregnant and you showing like that, I actually put the pillow up under here like this and stuff, y'all. And I think a lady wouldn't bend down and sit down. She would have been more like sitting down like this, you know, and sitting down. That's what I'm thinking. You know, a lady trying to sit down with the baby bump, if it's a big baby bump. Yeah, George 100. It looks like a old, it is, yeah. Yes, Mike. Wendy, yeah. Old Star, sorry to hear that. Yep, yes. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking a person would, you know, work it out to sit down, so to speak, you know. So yeah. So that kind of really threw me. No, your stomach shouldn't fold like that while pregnant. Eminem, she would know. I wouldn't know. You know, maybe it's maybe it's an alien making her stomach fold. They want us to believe all this other stuff. Golly. Yep, that's all. Golly. So yeah. Let's see what's happening with the I think Big Homie's gonna be on Ron's channel. Do we have a link or something? Let's see. Haha might give me 1 week. I have one convinced. Yeah, they took over. Yeah, man, that's not cool. Yeah.
I'm smiling because it's just like, where would I be right now if I did not encounter the teams that I'm about to encounter, you know?
Here we go, y'all.
And I always felt like there was a batch of lost knowledge
What is this?
from humanity. And this is something that I've been researching and studying for a long time. And, you know, I felt like it was a full circle moment to be able to go have dinner with friend Zeus and his family. And then I feel like it was a full circle moment when I encountered y'all, you know, because people used to say, man, Big Homie, you go talking about magic and crazy stuff again, you know? And it's like, now, you know, when I speak about these things, I know who to talk to. And I used to always
feel better,
like, man,
Star.
how did I know that? Like, hey, sometimes a voice would come into my head and tell me stuff. And, you know, I'm like, you know, I'm gonna keep this to myself because, you know, I'm out here working with all these corporate medical professionals, stuff like that. They might try to say, you know, say I'm schizo or something like that. Well, it's like, yeah, this is not that. You feel me? Like, this is real world, real time awareness, you know. And, you know, my homies always say, like, man, look, Big Homie put together the plan, then we can go. If he don't put the plan together, we're not going because somehow somehow he always know what's about to happen.
Mhm.
So
I'm gonna see if he's gonna send me a link.
I've been able to
I
really
talked
get
to him
some
earlier,
answers.
and he said about this thing right here.
Like I feel different. Like my energy is a
Buddy
lot
balls.
higher. Like, you know, my skin is like like glowing a little bit different. Like
fabulous, looking fabulous, as we say.
yes, sir. Fabulous, absolutely,
But it
absolutely.
is, it's like a level up. I mean, this is how I describe it, right?
Yes,
Like,
yes, that's
hello?
accurate.
In the,
That's
in the
accurate.
great experience bar of life, I feel like over the last couple of weeks, when we had our solo interview, Big Homie, I feel like we leveled up that night. And I feel like we leveled up again, because I swear to God, ask Jaguar Wright and our poor husband. After that night, man, I went on. Oh no, that was after I met Marilyn. I went on that energy spike and just talked the ear off of Jaguar Wright and her husband for about 20 minutes. Honest to God,
No doubt, no doubt,
unreal,
no doubt.
man. It was unreal. Well, listen,
No.
we've got close to 2,500 out the door in under 10 minutes, right?
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Why don't you start off with what happened last night? Tell us in your own words. Take your time. Don't rush. Go through the parts that are important to you, and then once you've told your end, obviously we'll continue on with ours. But if you're comfortable doing that, homie.
Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely.
Mm.
So you know, I always believe in having a certain level of transparency whenever I'm, you know, indulging in these conversations with high level, high thinking people. You know, these are topics I normally don't speak about because, you know, I firmly believe there's a time and place for everything.
Yeah.
And you don't want certain information to go upon deaf ears simply because you're not saying what people are interested in or have an understanding of.
Right.
So the month of December carries a lot of grief and mourning for myself, my team, my family, because for some reason, we lost a lot of people in December, or their birthdays were in December. So, you know, I've really been grieving a lot. You know, I've been going through like a period of mourning. And, you know, I ended up in a recording studio, you know, making a tribute songs, you know, to some of our fallen comrades. You know, my most recent 𝗘𝐿𝐴 interview, you know, I told people, you know, don't try to tell me how to operate because, you know, my homies, my friends died over this. So, you know, December 13th, as a close homie of ours, his name's Real. His birthday was December 13th. Unfortunately, he passed away. He was shot and murdered. And to this day, yeah, we can't really track down who did it. You know, the city of Chicago paid his mother like $25,000 because he was pretty much assassinated on Chicago streets, and they can't track down who the person was. And you know, we know what we signed up for. We know that there's always going to be threats, that some we can mitigate, some we can't mitigate. And his birthday was on the 13th, so you know, we've been mourning him. We've been paying tribute to him, and there's a gentleman who we would consider like a spiritual advisor. He told us, if you ever want to speak to your fallen, you need to do so at 2 a.m. According to him, 2 a.m. is dead time, where spirits are most active. So, you know, we listen to that. And at 2 a.m., I get like this weird pressure in my forehead. And then I get this weird nosebleed. Now, remember, Ron, I was sniffling and blowing my nose the entire time.
One second.
You
There we
still
go.
hear
You're
me?
back. Yeah, you're back. You're back.
Okay. Now, remember, I was sniffling and blowing my nose for like.
You actually said in our solo interview that you had like flu-like symptoms for a while.
Bro, 27 days.
Yeah, yeah.
And up until yesterday, I had them, and now today, like everything's
Wow.
just clear. Like, that's crazy. That right there,
Dude,
like,
that's weird, man.
that is weird. Like literally nothing. Like I'm just.
I mean, it's not weird. We know what it is, but up at
Yes.
this point in the story, because no
Okay.
one else knows it, that's fucking weird. You know what I'm saying? That is like,
Yeah. Yeah. So, you know, this is a big moment for me because like now I can really verify, like, look, there are aspects and elements that take place in our society that are indeed real. And it's not just a fairy tale. And I'm going to be speaking out about this a lot and spreading awareness simply because the nosebleed happens. And I'm like, okay, this it's a lot of blood right here. I don't really understand where it's coming from. Okay, so then I got a driver. Her name is Diana. Diana, her and I became cool because she had an ex who molested her daughter.
Mm-hmm.
She got arrested for putting a weapon to his head. She gets out. She calls us, and this guy fled to Mexico because there was certain pressure being applied to his existence. So he decided that he was gonna flee. So Diana always prays over me whenever she sees me. So she sees my nose bleeding, and she's like, "Oh no, I'm gonna get you to the hospital." She gets me to the hospital. Well, before that, I go to the 7-Eleven. I start feeling a little weird. I get back into the vehicle. Seizure. I go black. I wake up. Well, I go black. And it's like I was in a long hallway, but it was just a black, empty, long hallway, like with like a very dim light in the distance. And I'm just, it was crazy because it's like, man, what's going on? Where am I? Like, what's going on? Like, am I asleep? Then I hear a voice like in the distance. And I felt like this sensation.
Hey, yeah, I'm gonna let this run. I gotta go to the store. I'm gonna get some water and run and do some things real quick. But I'm gonna let it run.
My toes into my fingertips, like to the top of my head, like electricity. And like someone was saying my name in a long hallway, and boom, then I was back. And I see my mom looking at me, and she's like, what's happening? Like, son, what just happened? What's going on? And I said, we need to get out of here. So then I finally get back to my phone, and I'm texting Ron. And Ron is not 100% certain that he's even talking to me. He's not 100% certain that he even spoke to my mom. He's going through proof of life protocol. And so I'm like, okay, but I was looking so rough. I was looking so rough. And I'm like, okay, GPS says 8 minutes away from the house. He says, don't text and drive. I'm like, this guy. I love this guy. So my mom says, she says, son, I'm gonna drive. So there was a critical moment where Ron says, Bev sees a hand over your face. And Ron was thinking like, man, maybe I'm being held captive. But the thing was, I had a hot towel over my eye, and I'm holding this on my face. So for Bev to see that was just like the most amazing thing ever. Like that right there was like, you know what? I'm gonna tell everybody who will listen that they need to tap in. Because I'm like, what could be accomplished if all of the great, brilliant minds and empaths across the world were to assemble? And I think about this often because people reach out to me and say, you have made a change in the world. The fact that a lot of people didn't know that you existed, now that they know, there are a lot of people who are gaining strength and power, and they want to come forward now. And like, you know, every day I get 5 or 6 calls on Instagram from different people, and they all they'll say a prayer or a protection over me and just hang up the phone. So, you know, this is a dive that is being taken, and I'm happy about it, because yesterday I learned that I really have been under a spiritual attack. Like the energies, the energies are real. Like there's things taking place that are really above my pay grade. Because in my last interview with Ron, when I seen that symbol, I was like, wait a second. I've seen that. I have seen that. And then people been hitting me up like, oh my God, big homie, I can't believe. They said, wait a second, you really didn't know? Because, you know, I'm not an internet person. You know, I only been on the internet for 6 months. Oh. That is it. You know, this is my 6th month on the internet doing interviews. Most of them are doing a lot of views. And people are finding out about a lot of different stuff. And I am here to say, because what would have happened to me? Where would I be? Because I was in dreamland. Like, and I only had an experience like this one other time. And this was a month ago. This was a month ago. And my mom was telling people, like, look, they were asking her, have this happened before? She said, yeah, it's happened before, but only one time. It was a month ago.
Was it right before you started sniffling?
Directly before I started sniffling.
Yeah, that was the start of it, man. That was the start of it. And the build up, you at your weakest, round about the December time when you're at your weakest. So from now on, that period of time, you go into the back cave, bro. Like you go in the bedroom. Okay, you can take your lady, you can take the iPad, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. But seriously, that is a notable weakness in your armor. And that's the beauty of balance, okay, where the rest of the year you are an impenetrable force, but for that period of time, you may as well be a wounded little chicken, and one just pick you up and punt you off a bridge. Do you know what I mean?
No doubt.
So that's kind of mind blowing. We didn't know that. Well, I didn't know that last night, and that all kind of falls into place. But continue going if there's anything else you want to add to your side of this, big homie.
Right. So I want to say I made a post, and I had made a post about myself and Franzese meeting up. And the post was stuck on 666 likes for like 2 days. I screenshotted this and I'll send it to you. I'm like, man, why is my post stuck on this? So then I would click like on it myself, then I go to 667 and then go back to 666. So I'm looking like, So I screenshotted that and I made a post. I say, why is my post stuck on this number? People come through. I've been trying to tell you, in the spiritual world, there are people trying to grab your soul and you're under attack. You need to say this ritual. I'm like, look, you know.
Stop fearing the signs. What if that was stuck there because 666 is such a profound way to recognize demonic anything, and one of your guides put it there to warn you? Okay,
right.
You see what I'm saying? There's too much dwelling on finer points here. Did you see what I mean? You
right.
Don't get lost on them, because a lot of misinterpretation can happen, and we default to what we've been conditioned to think.
Yeah.
So very, very valiant points you just made, sir. Shout out to Ron. I will take this gentleman out for a pint eventually, even if I have to. I'm going to fly there because
good. We're waiting for you.
Yes, because this is a profound moment in my life, because I always knew these type of things were active and real. And remember when I told you I was going to go see the father at the church?
Right.
I explained to him certain things going on. He says, young man, come out to the car with me.
Oh.
So we go out to his car. He pulls out a pack of cigarettes. He lights a cigarette. He said, listen, I fell in love with my indoctrination and my job. I like what I do. I like doing the Lord's work. Nevertheless, there are other forces and other good energies and realms that exist. I'm not going to say it inside of there because some people inside of the church can only think one way. The path that you are on, you need to accept all of the help that's coming to you. He said, because I'm sure that Miss Beverly prays the same way that I pray. And for him to give me like that seal of approval, even though some of his peers may have disagreed with him, simply because when he said to me that he fell in love with his indoctrination and he likes what he does, he pretty much just told me like, look, what you do and what your friends do is very real. It should be taken very seriously. I'll talk to you about this outside of this building simply because, you know, well, I'm a giant, bro. I'm 6'6", I'm 400 pounds. I'm always clad in black with a hoodie and shades on. So, you know, when I walk into the church, people, it's a lot of oohs and ahs. People want to see what's going on. So, you know, he always would tell me, look, call me before you get here. So people can call me before you get here. So when he asked me to step outside and talk, he said, you know, he pretty much just told me that what's going on is a real thing. And it's just that everyone isn't open-minded enough to accept it. But to come from that guy, you know, he got salt and pepper hair. You know, I think he's like, he's the same age as my mom. Because my mom was born January 4th, 1962. So him and her have the same birthday. So,
dude, if this is the movie, that's you going to your like grandmaster and asking to go, because you know as it goes against the teachings, right? I'm telling
Exactly. And so for me, what you just said right now, you know, previously, you know, I would never have no one to speak about this with, because you know my homies, you know. My friends, these guys are gargoyles. You know, it's like, you know, they don't even care about money. You feel me? Like, as long as I'm safe and like we go out, we do our retrievals, that's all that matters to them. If I try to talk to them about their alien DNA, they're gonna say, big bro. Listen, we like all of that, but can you please just order us up some chicken and bring some beers in here? That's what they're gonna request. So it's kind of, you know, so some of them are watching right now though. So it's kind of like, because I explained to them, I'm like, bro, I'm in there celebrating real birthday, and then this and this and this happened. So bringing that type of stuff up, they said they were gonna watch. So shout out to the guys in the comments watching. And yeah, so I had a pretty harrowing experience yesterday. Thank you to the team, because I don't know where I would be if Ron didn't get that feeling and then assemble the United Army. Otherwise, I don't know. And I can't stop smiling right now because I feel so much better. I've been so sick. I've been so sick for so many days. Like, it was starting to weigh on my energy. I'm just like, I'm dragging it. And my mom was so concerned. So last night, my mom called and said, son, she texted me. She said, son, I'm getting a bad feeling. Something's going to happen to you. And then my girlfriend Natalie says, so we stand in the house all night because I don't want, right. And then I talked to Ron. He says, he showed me a coin and he asked, is something terrible gonna happen to Big Homie tonight? And it said yes. So the fact that he told me that, you know, these type of things excite me because, you know, I'm at my best and I'm most comfortable in a warlike setting. But in order to be an adequate soldier, you got to have adequate information.
Yeah.
now I'm able to garner the type of information I need to be able to battle in the certain realms that I wasn't all the way privy to.
Of course.
So now, you know, I got backup now. And, you know, this has reinvigorated me, I must say. I'm thankful for y'all, you know, pretty crazy experience. And I wanna go ahead and get y'all the floor for sure.
Well, I just want to say, big homie, thank you very much. Hearing your side, I just want to throw this to Bev, because before we go into our side, like, there's so many things, right? That when Big Homie tells his story, and when we start bringing our pieces together, I think people are going to get a better feel for why Big Homie's so kind of blown away by all of this. And here's how it played out from how it started, right? We were online, Bev and I, and Julia and John Ledger. Someone in the side chat, right, turned right. Big Homie, I'm going to mute your mic just for the background noise just now. Someone in the side chat said, "Hey, can you ask about Big Homie?" And I'd spoken to Big Homie through text about 3 hours before this. So I was like, everything's good, everything's great, don't worry. And then for no reason at all, out of nowhere, I get a message that says he's in a bad way. He's had a seizure, right? And I'm like, what is happening right now? And then it says it's his mum. And I'm like, this is the most, like, he's been kidnapped by the cartel. Someone's got his phone and they're trying to like make sure that, you know, people that are going to be looking for him get fed a story. So my alarm bells are ringing. So I said, "Hey, do you mind if I phone you?" Right? And I'll be honest with you, it wouldn't matter if I believed it was Big Homie's mum. I'm not going to, in a situation like this, I'm not going to believe anything anyone tells me. So, very nice lady. I had to just make sure that she felt like I was a trustable individual, and that's what I did. I got off the phone and I phoned Jaguar and her husband. And I said to them, "Listen, I need you to phone Big Homie as if you're just phoning out the blue. And if anyone else answers, just ask what's going on, all the rest of it." So they started doing that, then found out that there's the possibility of someone checking on Big Homie at home. So I come back to the computer, right? And I sit down and I look again at the messages from Big Homie's mum. And it was like the whole right-hand side of my body felt like an anxiety attack, but without the anxiety, like butterflies all over my body, and then rippling heat, right? But rippling heat, that it wasn't comforting, it wasn't discomforting. It was like, if you didn't act now, the heat's going to get hotter. So I just felt this overwhelming rush to get Beverly, right? Went on the stream, pulled Beverly out the stream, explained everything, and Beverly went into what she does. And after getting that red alert, I handed over to Bev. And up until what I'd like to do now is just sort of go through with Bev what happened next, and she can tell us from when she came in, and then we'll go from the next section. But Bev, yeah, so I pulled you off the live stream. You started getting concerned because you couldn't just automatically zone in. So go from there, because I've never seen you with not a panic face, not a worried face, but anything.
The working face, which is why I brought you said working face coming.
No, not the working face. Before all that happened, just as you came off the podcast, in your regular Beverly-ness essence, you just, for a split second, the calm and serene face changed. Like, I seen the urgency, and it was like, oh no. So at that moment, take us through your end.
So at that time, I'd already, by the time you saw the worried face, I'd already gone in 3 times to Homie to go and see if I could get there's some sort of an energy out of him. And that's when I saw the hand, but then I also saw him sliding. And then I realized, yeah, he's down that tunnel. He's down the tunnel. And that's when I said to you, I've got to pull him out. I've got to pull him out. I know where he is. I've got to pull him out. And that's when I then went and co-located and grabbed him and then shouted like hell. Really the strongest I've ever done. And said, "Come back here now, come back here right now, this minute." And really gave him what for. And I think that was part of that. And I could see that he was sort of half and half. And I said, "No, this is not happening. Not happening. We're gonna start pulling him back." And he turned around and he looked at me as if to say, "Who's this cheeky one? Why is she doing? Why is she shouting at me like this? For goodness sake!" And and I said, "Right, come on, let's go. And that's when that white light came, and then I pushed him. I pushed him straight back into his body. And that's what happened at the time. And that's when I said, we're going to have to close up, get him back, move him out, and then get him to somewhere that's safe so that they can't get to him.
Well, if you think that's it all, it doesn't end there.
No.
So what Bev just told you there was a part, let's say two-thirds of the way through Bev's story, where she phoned me and she's doing what she's doing, and I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just like, third eye, fire the third eye energy. Don't go panic mode. So then I went back to the computer, and Bev and Big Homie, I swear to God, simultaneously, Bev said, "I've got him," and Big Homie's mum said, "He's just set up and he's talking." And then the next message was Bev saying something that was almost what the next thing was being said. And then it just went like this. And I'm sitting there, right? And you've got to understand, I'm really good at keeping my cool and processing everything, right? But I was fanboying out during the red alert, right? So they're typing all of this. And then that's when Bev went back on the podcast, and I went into, I need to see the video call. That's where we're up to in Big Homie's story, where I needed to see the video call. Now, he did video call me, and I will say I know Big Homie's secret. He has a 4-foot red mohawk, and he wears a bald cap. Okay, and I'm just telling you right now, that is Big Homie's secret. So it's out there. But I'm telling you now, I have never in my life. We were just talking about how you have to act. The minute the doubt sinks in with magic, it goes, right? You have to act. And that's what I did. But here's the next thing. The reason that I rushed Bev off, right, was I pulled a card for Big Homie. And that card was grief. Now, after hearing about his brothers, it makes sense, right?
Yeah, it does.
Listen to the first two. This is all I read before I pulled you off. They have funerals and gather solemnly around their fallen friends. That was when I just pulled you off the podcast right there and then, because the grief card was relevant to his feelings, but those two lines were the guided warning that I needed. Because I'm going to be honest with you, I have a coin and I hate this coin, right? This coin is covered in rust and it has yes and no on it. To me, this is one of the most brutal and powerful tools I have, because there's no room for interpretation. Okay. And it has never been wrong, and I hate it. And I spun this for Big Homie last night, and I asked, I can't remember if it was is or was Big Homie in danger tonight, and it came up as yes. Then we found out that Big Homie was getting on a plane, right? And we all decided to do our thing. Also, as well, can I just say, there's nothing funny about protection spells, but when your picture of Big Homie on the altar, right, where he's like it's so good. It's so good. It's so good. Like it's so good. So all I can do is send Alan, right? So I've sent Alan out and put an incantation and a spell with Alan that if anyone tries to hurt Homie, that is tenfold reflected back and inflicted on their flesh and bone. And it was weird because I've never done that before. And it was like as if I was holding Alan on the left and Homie was holding him on the right, because I send out from the left and receive from the right. And yeah, that was that. I had a very interesting sleep. And then when Homie messaged me and said that he'd landed and he was safe, it was like coming. I felt whole again. It was nice. But what in the living? Like, listen, I'm going to be honest with you all. All of this is real. None of this is nonsense.
No, sadly not nonsense.
Effectively, I got a warning. Why did your mum message me? That's another thing. Of all the people in your phone, why did she message me?
This was because I told her that I had to do an interview with you, but I told her that yesterday. I told her that the day before, but she said she didn't. She said she didn't even know why. She just said that something told her that she needs to message you in particular. And I always wear a hoodie. You feel me? I like hoodies. I always wear a hoodie. And when I was in the airport, I'm like, man, I just feel like there's somebody always walking behind me or like watching me. So I will keep my hoodie down. So I'm keeping my hoodie down. And it got to the point where I said, you know what? I'm just going to stand up against this wall right here. So I plug in my phone in a little port on the wall, and I'm just standing up against the wall. And I was like, man, what is going on? Like, why do I feel like, and then he didn't tell me about Alan until today. He didn't tell me about that until today. So I'm in the airport kind of freaking out, like, what they do? Because, you know.
I mean, I did message you last night, but obviously you never got them until or whatever. But yeah, I'll always let you know. But it's up to you to read the message. So you're right. And check your DMs.
Right. But I didn't know anything about Alan until
later.
Yeah. So I was like, man, what? This is not fake. And you know, I want people to understand something.
That all happens.
You know, I'm a very serious person, you know. There have been several attempts on my life. You feel me? I sent Ron and I sent him footage of this. You feel? So you know, I'm somebody who has been proven I'm hard to kill in the physical world. Because there's no such thing as tough. There's either trained or untrained.
True.
And you know, in the world that I operate in, I'm a highly trained individual, you know, and you know, I'm somebody you might have to poison. I've been poisoned.
Do you know why you did that, big homie?
Why?
You felt compelled to prove that you're not an easy target when
for sure
you've been taken out by something you've never experienced before, and your default was almost to defend your own honor.
Absolutely.
And just as long as you know, it was never necessary. But that to me is what I got from you. And it was, and I'll tell you something, man, like you're looking fantastic compared to the interview, compared to
very shiny, very, very shiny. And I'm sorry I had to shout at you because I know you saw me.
I swear to God, on my grandmother's life, I saw you, but it was like you were far away, but I heard you so loud.
Screaming at you.
Yes, and I opened my eyes and I sat up. I see my mom, and she's like, "Keith, what is going on?" I'm like, "Mom, we gotta get out of here." And she's like, "Well, you gotta get the IV out your arm." So while Ron is telling me, "Listen, dude, you motherfucker, you have to call me right now. If not, I need to see your face." So I'm like, okay, hold on, I don't want to call right now. I got stuff in my nose. I got.
You did it, bro. You did it. Like, honestly, there's probably a handful of people that have seen you in a vulnerable position like that, and you did it. You did it because you knew this was proof of life scenario, and I'm freaking out.
Yes, and I gotta follow protocol. So yeah,
you do. That's it.
Yeah,
got to. Yeah.
Like I can't stop smiling because I seen myself yesterday, and I was like, "Yo!" Even at the last interview, I was looking rough, bro. Like I'm like, "Yo!" Like I'm blowing my nose. I was sick for 27 days.
Yeah. Well, we know now. After the show, give us the rough date this started so that we can plan for next year. And you need to walk around all of this.
Get ready.
I'm gonna be prepared.
Time for you to come to Scotland and visit us all, it's probably then, and we'll just go and sit collectively in a stone circle and eat steaks and watch stuff on our tablets until the that chill out period. Do you know what I mean?
I am 100% down for that, and I want everybody that's watching this to know I am not a person who is going to ever invent or embellish information. I'm only going to speak on things that I can confirm to be facts. And I want everybody to know that I hear you. I want everybody to know that this queen, this eternal being up here, this guy, I can vouch. This information, this has changed my life. This has changed how I approach things because I've been in more shootouts than guys been on dates. I'm somebody that there are groups of collectives of dark people who I know. If they know that I'm outside, I know they think about me at night. I know that they know that at any given time they might have to encounter me. I know that I'm somebody who have survived attempts. I've seen my own blood. I've caused bloodshed. I never harmed anybody who did not deserve it. I never operated out of callous. I never done anything maliciously. But I know that in order for a man to combat evil, he must be able to enact evil at times. And I always wanted I wanted the guys who thought it was funny to gang rape women. I wanted them to feel the same level of terror. There was a situation where there was a gentleman.
Careful with the words. Careful with the words you use. Remember, this is YouTube.
Yes, pardon me.
Like and subscribe. Like and subscribe.
Okay, absolutely. I'm going to watch my language here. I'm going to speak as eloquently as possible. There was a situation that was brought to us where there was a lady who had cameras inside of her home. She was dating a man, and while she was at work, she decided to randomly check the camera feed, and she said she heard rhythmic smacks, and she heard her daughter screaming for Jesus.
Oh.
What?
Right.
So that's a ask questions later scenario.
So the only people at her house is her new boyfriend and her 13-year-old daughter.
Wow.
On the camera, she says she heard rhythmic smacks and her daughter screaming and crying out for Jesus to help her and save her. We all know what those rhythmic smacks were.
We do.
There's a SA taking place at this point. This gentleman was brought under scrutiny.
Good.
And I've looked into several men's eyes when they thought they were about to perish. And this gentleman cried out for Jesus. And shout out Big Dugar. Dugar said to him, he said, bro, that little girl was crying out for Jesus too. So unfortunately for you, he's not coming here today. And this gentleman was relieved of a few molars.
Yeah, he made it to the bag.
He made it to the bag. Yeah, he made it to the bag. So once those molars were removed out of his jawline, and
by a professional medical dentist YouTube algorithm, just so you know.
Yeah, dentist.
There's a story about when Big Homie was interning as a dental nurse. Carry on,
In
Big
the
Homie.
dentist. Yeah, here we go.
So there's a gentleman I know by the name of Luis Elizondo, and Luis Elizondo ran the U.S. government's torture program at Guantanamo Bay.
He did.
They actually put warrants out for him in the UK because they called him the Darth Vader of the military. And one thing I learned was when someone is under a certain level of scrutiny, you have to provide relief. And during those moments of relief, that's when they're going to tell you all of the other terrible things they've done. And you learn a lot about people when they're under extreme levels of duress. Now, those molars that were removed from this gentleman by medical professionals, those are on a little necklace, and that lady's daughter, that young lady's mother wears that necklace daily with those molars on it. And I thought to myself, I said, is this gonna be the last time that I get to make sure a little lady gets some vengeance because someone enacted a level of evil upon her? And when she called the police, they didn't believe her. She told her family, they said she was crazy. And people just like Beverly, people like Ron, get treated the same way in society. Oh, she's a kook. Oh, he's crazy. Don't believe anything they say. Oh, that stuff they talking about is witchcraft. That's the parallel with what I do and entering into this world.
Yeah.
That's the parallel, because if I didn't have this experience and I just went and told people this, they would say you're crazy. Oh, we don't believe you. Why is that?
Yeah.
In any courtroom in the world, eyewitness testimony and circumstantial evidence is enough to give somebody a life sentence. But when we speak amongst our peers, everything gets questioned. Oh, that's crazy. That can't possibly exist. But we know oxygen exists and we can't see it. We know we can't live it up.
Yeah. See, this is the thing. When it comes to talking to those who doubt what we're about to speak of, homie, it's important that we put it in a way that they can absorb. That's why I talk about movies a lot, and I talk about, comparing us to a Dungeons and Dragons, dungeon raid team and all this kind of stuff, because it's processing. It's easy for people to process. But what I will say to you is, there's those who are open and those who aren't, and there's so much to be done. You will not be able to enlighten them all.
No.
Absolutely. Well put.
And I just want to say as well, I am a tiny little baby learning all of this.
No doubt.
I'm one of those Amazon attack alarms for a big homie on a spiritual sense.
Looks like it. Absolutely.
Beverly,
you did good. You did good.
Beverly was
You
the
did
one.
great. You did great.
Yeah,
Beverly was the one who done all the heavy lifting, who done all the real stuff. And for me, it's witchcraft. For Beverly and Azria, I wouldn't just throw them under that. And you know what's interesting, big homie, right?
Yes.
When you see, when you talk to people, they say these things. For me, I'm the opposite, right? Because
okay.
You know how you talk about human transportation, and within 5 minutes, people are convinced of the sincerity of human transportation?
Yes.
That's how I speak of this stuff. And you're just at the beginning, man. And I've been trying to convince people about, I've been a lost soul in a magical buffet, not knowing what I'm doing. And now it's like binoculars being put into focus on certain things.
Absolutely.
I'm nearly on a journey. And I just want to say to Beverly, to Azria, to Marilyn, to Danny, to all of these highly tuned human beings, I just want to say thank you for everything you've taught me so far, how you've helped me. But you've also done it in a way where you're letting me walk my own path, and then I sort of come running back to you and go, look what I've discovered, and you kind of confirm it for me. And that for me is way more important than any kind of, I don't want to be taught anything. I want to have confirmation of what I'm finding, because then it's a journey, if that makes sense.
Of course. And it's experiencing, and that's what you're doing. You're learning in various steps. And I think that everyone is doing extremely well. The awakening is happening. It's upon us. Everybody is at their own various levels, and everyone is just expanding at a rate of knots. And it can't help but let you just smile that it's just all there, which is fantastic.
Well, here's an interesting one, big homie. So last week we had Marilyn on, and we were talking about residual energy within, so for example, videos. Now, when we think about a spell book from Dungeons and Dragons, right? So you've got the spellcaster, flicks to a page, starts reading the spell. So imagine instead of the spellcaster being on your dungeon run, you've got YouTube playlists that are private, that are for if you're about to enter a house, and you've got Marilyn doing her freaking
amazing stuff.
Good. Listen, it's called 𝗓𝗓𝗡. It's called 𝗓𝗓𝗡. And it's a purely healing. It's one of those things that you just don't question it, because it was the maddest experience of my. It was almost like you're drinking like imagine just drinking a whole pile of energy drink all at once, and it just going bang. That's what it was. She's done this. And she's doing all this stuff on the screen. She's doing her breathing, and everything that is happening is calculated and precise, and all of this, and it was wild. So imagine over time you sort of say, right, okay, so there was a situation I was in where I could have used this or that. Now, I'm not saying, right, invisibility is possible, but coincidence where everyone who could see you getting distracted just for a moment, just going like this as you walk past the street this way, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Something I think would be interesting to play around with, because making people not notice you is what I want to try and play around with. Because if I'm as just in tune with the little people that are on the elemental plane, they can be buzzing past someone's face where they sort of turn like this while you're walking. There's a lot of interest in metaphorically speaking, contractual processes to do in my brain, because I'm excited. When I'm learning the clairvoyance and pulling things out of people's heads, or they're projecting them into mine, my end game is to be able to put things in people's minds. So
no doubt.
That's the end game. I see us all on a
journey.
No. I'm thinking the end game. I'm thinking the final quest. That's what I'm thinking. So yeah, but listen, that is the big homie story. I want you all to put a 1 in the side chat if you're a believer. I want you to put a 2 in the side chat if you weren't a believer, but then you heard big homie talking about this and now you're a believer. Put a 3 in the side chat if you're very respectfully not a believer. And if you're not a believer, instead of sitting there going, I don't believe you, negative projection, start doing this. I believe that they believe this. I'm okay with that. Believe in us and our belief in this. And that is a positive projection.
It is.
But you know who has been very patient for the last like 48 hours or 24 hours?
It's our Azria.
And I just want to say, when it comes to the off-world DNA and everything that's about to happen, this is Azria. Okay, I know it's Beverly's show. I'm the humble co-host, the Padawan, but Azria is a whole different supernatural. How would you describe it, Azria? How do you define your talents? Like, because I mean, I'm just say I'm a witch and a magic. How do you pigeonhole yourself for society?
Pigeonhole.
Okay. I would follow on from everything that you guys have been talking about in regards to frequencies and energies, and I work with energies in a different way. The same with Marilyn worked with energies in one way. I work with energies and frequencies in another way. So it's being able to tune in. And with me, I just use various different tools as well as channeling to do that. I think from that would, yeah.
I
So
feel
that
like
would be
you're
my
this.
way of
I feel
saying it.
like you're a cosmic scientist. That's that's the vibe I get.
Oh,
So
nice.
That's the
got-
first time I've been
you've
called
got your,
scientist.
you've got,
Love
so
it.
for example, right? When, you know how if this was just like a radio you were building, right? And you're tinkering away and you're trying to get that to work, but it's not. It's a freaking cosmic device. And I just get that vibe, and I'm just so here for it all, and I'm just so excited by everything. And I just wanted to make sure everyone knows, okay, everything that's about to happen now, this is all Azria's bag, okay? This is all her wheelhouse. There's no, hey, Ron, do you know anyone else that can do this? No, why not? Because Azria tinkering with the space unicorn. I don't know what you call it, but it's the unicorn horn now. I'm too crazy to remember what it is. What can you introduce Big Homie to yourself, to your talent, to your tools, to your skills? Just before we die, look at that smile. He is the kid in the sweetie shop.
legit
Give us,
for sure.
give us your cosmic CV, if you will, for Big Homie, just to sort of wet his whistle, if you would.
Yeah, absolutely. But no, it's an absolute honor and a pleasure being able to be on here with you and to be able to read you as well, Big Homie. So thank you so much for giving me the time to do that. Yeah, I won't take up too much time and to go through my back history, but very much I have been for your information, Big Homie. It's the case of I have been working and knowing about spirits, off-worlders, energies ever since the age of 5, maybe even beforehand, and I've been working with them my whole life non-stop. So to me, working with different energies, beings, off-worlders is my normality, and I've been absolutely blessed from a young age to be able to do that, say that, and have had some amazing teachers and people in my life to be able to guide me through these processes. As well, to be able to get to a point where I could directly channel and speak with my off-worlders in order to bring this particular unicorn horn onto the planet, because obviously off-worlders use very, very different technology to us, and there is some amazing people on this planet at the moment bringing some of those technologies through. So with as I said, I've been working with my guides for a very long time now. And one of the things that I wanted to know is how can I visualize the energies that and the frequencies, that I'm getting through. So when I tune in, it's kind of like, not only because I'm quite a visual person. So when I channel, it just comes straight out, and once it's out, it's gone. But I thought if there is a particular way in order to visually show the frequencies that I'm picking up. And after it's taken 2-3 years for the unicorn horn, well, it was called the unifier, because it does unify. It brings in the person's energy, the DNA, and the channeling message all together in order to provide that information to the individual. It's taken about 2 to 3 years to working on it, to understanding the different frequencies of the different beings, to understand what those beings feel like. Some of the times I can see them if they step forward, and also what the movements of the unifier, what do they represent? Anyway, I'm probably going down a slight rabbit hole with all that information, but it has taken a long time, and working with my guides and working with Beverly, etc., to really pull and understand how this works. And it was only when I kind of got to a particular point that I was told, you just need to get this out there, because falling on from what Ron was saying there and Beverly was saying there, the awakening has happened. So people are asking the questions. Star beings are starting to become more in our vocabulary. Frequencies, energies are starting to become more in our vocabulary. I mean, I've been I said, doing this 20, 30 years now. And it wasn't necessarily the same back then, and very much feeding off from what Ron was saying earlier. I mean, I've started mentioning energies back in what 80s, 90s, and people thought I was cuckoo.
Yeah. I just want to just reiterate very quickly. We collectively nicknamed your incredible tool the unicorn horn. So I just want to make it clear, at no point has Azria come to us in any way and said, I'm using a unicorn horn. Okay. This is because I'm now actually seeing the counterintuity of rebranding it like that, because I just want to make it clear, we call it that as a community. This has never been sold as a unicorn horn. It looks like one. I just want to make that clear. Big homies, friends who are listening, it's not a unicorn horn. Okay.
The unifier. It's called the unifier. That's what it's called. That's what's on the report. You'll see on the front of the report, it says the star DNA with the unifier, because that's the energetics that are moving through it.
It doesn't matter what it's called. It looks like a unicorn horn. Doesn't matter what it's called. It looks like a unicorn horn. Okay. I'm just saying. Okay. Carry on.
Okay.
Yeah, very much so. So it brings into that unification of the DNA frequency. It brings into the unification of the channeled messages that are coming through, and the energies of that person as well. So I'm hoping that gives you and the wonderful viewers who may not have seen me before a little bit of a background on not only me, what I do, and thank you for that input as well, Ron, but indeed the unicorn horn stroke unifier as well. But it has been an absolute love of mine over, as I said, the past couple of years, to not only working with the 25 beings who are with me, and as I said, depending on what energies and frequencies we pick up through the DNA, sometimes step forward with various messages, but as I said, with my guides as well, knowing how that works and being able to pick up again on those frequencies and energies.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Okay, big homie.
So who's got the first page? Shall I open the first page? Or have you got the first page, Azria?
I just wanted to ask big homie, any questions before we start, big homie?
No. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
You're frozen. You're frozen a little bit. Let's fix that before we go into this, bro. You might need to drop in and drop out because you're frozen. Try turning your cam on and off.
All right. How about now?
Oh, as it is going well. I believe we are receiving interference. Oh, and big homie's gone. He will return. Trust us on that. I just want to take this opportunity very quickly. Guys, like and subscribe. Share, like and subscribe. These two incredible ladies have websites where they offer all of their gifts for those who may need them. The websites are on display here. And Beverly, we've got a big night planned. And do you just want to just shamelessly plug it whilst we wait for big homie?
Yes, well, we've got on Wednesday, we've got a very large international panel from all over the place, which is great. And we're going to be discussing the drone situation. We're going to be discussing UFO disclosure, and we've got Danny Henderson, Elena Danan, Antonio Rodriguez, and
wait. We've got Elena Danan. That's Danny's lady, right? That's her. That's the lady she spoke of, right? That right. Well, listen, can we start earlier, because I'm going to derail this for at least we need to add on at least 40 minutes for me to lose my mind worth of wrong. So,
and then Sunday we're working with our lovely Marilyn Devonish, where we're doing the Huna push of the energies, and we're doing a special energy boost and frequency boost. So you're going to get double energy boost on Sunday, this Sunday coming, the 22nd of December, in time for Christmas, in that time for the festive period. We're going to get all that energy out there, which is going to be great.
Now, what Ron's going to do as well is he's not going to gatekeep anything, but he's going to create a playlist. So, for example, when the ladies are doing their incredible talents that are going to be residual in the videos, I'll clip them down into the individual parts. I'll make a little playlist. We'll put the titles of what these things do. And what I'd like to do is make it public on the Discord for people to apply to their lives. And then we're going to do a data-driven analysis of the users of these things and how they feel and all the rest of it. Because I'm all about data. And if we can get this, because I know it's working, because if we're all frequency, and I'm just going to give you the dumbass version of this. So if we're all frequency, we're all connected. It's just how we interpret the world stunts our ability to believe this, right? So I am on the same frequency as everyone else's thoughts and minds. We're all just kind of like drifting, and again, I'm too dumb to know what I'm talking about, drifting through whatever universe, cosmos, dimension, whatever. And it's about learning how to channel each other through those frequencies, and that's it's so clear to me now. It's now just discovering the learning process. Big homie has returned. Now listen, big homie.
Here we go.
I know for a fact you've got no question, because where would you even begin with a question? So what we're going to do, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to bring up Big Homie's off-cell DNA. I'm going to mute him because his mic is basically from
Making
1992.
funny noises.
And
Take a big breath. Take a big breath, big homie.
Yeah.
Be prepared to have your socks absolutely knocked off, and then a lot more is going to make a lot more sense. Especially there's one in there that that's the first time we've actually picked this one up. So it's isn't it?
It's the first time y'all ever picked this one up.
There was one, it's the first time we've ever seen this one. We know of them, we've seen them, but it's the first time ever that this one has ever come up in a session, in a report in 3 years.
Do you have any idea when the ladies, when they contacted me, they sounded like me during one of Bev and I's shows. And I have not looked. I've had this since you done it, Azria, and I've looked at nothing. It has been so hard not to look at this and find out what.
Very good. You are very good. But now get prepared, because you're going to go mad. Go on, take it away.
Yeah, so thank you very much. So there's one or two on here. So normally when I use the unifier and start going through the list, it's normally about 32 beings that are on there at the moment that I go through. But yeah, there is one at the bottom that we were trying to pick up, and yeah, after a few tries we identified who it was. So that was fantastic. I would like to add one thing in there.
Okay.
Before we move down to the next page, if that's okay, is that when Ron and Beverly gave me Big Homie's full name and date of birth, I had no idea. I literally had no idea it was you, Big Homie. I was reading and genuinely had no idea. The other thing I'd like to just add before we go on to the actual beings is that even though I trusted that the approval was given, because again, with any energy work, you have to make sure that that person, because remember there's free will, that person is agreeing for me, Azria, to go in and, as I said, send my little probe in, as it were, to go, right, what is your DNA? What are the frequencies we're picking up there? And it did actually take me quite a long time to go through. It's like an onion. It did take me a while to actually go through the different layers, because where you are very much a protective being, and it was very similar to Ron as well. So every single layer I had to say, I'm Azria, this is what I'm doing, it's okay, and sort of work with your guides as well to say this is okay to do. So I just really wanted to kind of set the scene before we go any further. So yeah, over to you, Ron.
Okay, Azria,
go on to the next
Big Homie, you ready for this, bro? Right now, keep in mind, I'm going to have to mute you because I'm going to be reading, right? So
all right.
just get ready for this.
And what we've done, we've taken the top 5 main areas in the bullets so that it's easier to read and you'll be able to see them, read them, and go for it.
Also, as well, for legal reasons, this is just for entertainment. Okay, there's, as you heard earlier, there's definitely nothing to this, and we're just a bunch of kooks, right? Okay, let's begin. So
well done, Ron.
Get ready, right? So here we're into your DNA breakdown. The dominant DNA. What is going on here?
Okay, so we've got terrors in there, we've got naggers in there, we've got the amazing felines, so the cat race. Those were the 3 main ones. But the terrors we've had before, but there's a secondary being in there as well. So, but then we've got the ones that were detected. So you've got your Nordics, your Mantis, your Alpha Draconians, and you've got your Venusians. So there's a little bit, a couple of similarities in there as well. Okay. So yeah, if we want to go down a little bit more, that would be fantastic.
No, I need to ask a question. So these are really chunky results. Like, so whereas we had the second and third with some people, is this like proverbial slap in the face from a DNA point of view? Is this like
pretty much?
This cocktail's made, don't mess it up. It's an
absolutely, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to stop now. We're moving on.
Yeah, no, these in their own right, these are very, very powerful beings. But these guys, as Bev said, stop there. These guys, the hyperborean, and it says on there. So after we'd done the reading, there was another being coming through, and we took a while to pick it up. And these guys very, very much work with you. Are super light beings. As I said, we haven't seen them, but we heard of them, but just have not seen them, or not seen necessarily, but felt. There was a different feeling that was around, like the whole time, the whole reading. As soon as I kind of like made my way into you in the nicest possible way, there was this really kind of very warm feeling.
Oh, homie, what you like?
We haven't even gone into the reading fully yet, by the way.
No, but this is the biggie. This is the big one. Yeah, and this is the one that protects you. You see, and this is the one that when you said the voice was coming through, this is the people.
These are them.
These are them.
So is this possibly who came on my right side? That didn't sound right. Is this possibly who was on my right side and
was also going into HOMIE when HOMIE was saying, you know, when he was told that there was something specific that he needed to get out of there because of the ambush, it would have been them.
Yeah. So these guys, as I put on there, are pure consciousness. There's no DNA.
Right there.
Are you okay, Big Army?
Okay. This is overwhelming because I never knew anything about this. When I explained to Ron and Beverly that sometimes in times of peril, that a voice will come into my head and tell me I was on the brink of getting ambushed. I'm sitting on a couch, sitting next to an automatic rifle, semi-automatic rifle. I'm in a state of paranoia. There's a bounty on my life right now for $50,000 because some people wanted to retaliate because a guy named Kenny, who's a piece of trash, got his teeth knocked out because he thought it was funny to make a video of an underage lady trying on bathing suits and put it on the internet. He thought it was funny.
Everyone type Kenny sucks in the side chat, please. Kenny sucks.
And listen, I see all of these comments as well. And listen, I want to tell everybody that I am flattered. Big homie holler at me. I need protection with the hard eyes. Okay. All right. Thank you all. But this right here, this is just an astonishing moment for me seeing that, because
dude, this is just the tip. The tip's just going in, bro.
Man.
This is nothing. This is. We're only like this is. We're teasing you here. This is. Bro, sit the frick back. Go and get some cocoa. You need a. You need a.
He's not having cocoa. He's having a whiskey.
Oh, bro, listen. I'm loving where we're going, but bro, bro. Carry on.
First time ever. Go for it, Azria.
Thank you, Azria. Thank you. I just had to say that. You please.
Hell yeah, you did. Hell yeah, you did.
No, when there's confirmation like that it makes all of this worthwhile. So no, thank you. So yeah, please, Ron, continue to the terrors, the next one. So as Beverly said before, I've kind of broken it down into 5 separate steps. So we don't necessarily like have to read through it because there's an awful lot to bring up here. But excuse me, these dudes, as I put in here, all of the literacy that I've read about them, they say they're between 5 and 7 foot tall. Not the ones that appeared in my living room. They were about 10 foot. I mean, I know I'm short. I'm really short. Okay, so anything above probably about 4 foot is tall for me. So, but these guys are.
Do you want me to read this? Let me read this. Let me read this. I just want to say I will get to everyone's super chats. Okay, and we're all geeking out right now. Okay, just relax. We're going to get to question time at the end. All right, everyone's going to get a chance. Okay, a lineage of profound wisdom, justice, and higher purpose, described as standing 5 to 7 foot tall in some accounts, but channeling as towering, majestic presences exceeding 10 feet in height. Speak only what is vital. Oh my God. Instills a deep sense of purpose in communication. Like these beings, you choose your words with care, often preferring telepathic-like understanding over unnecessary conversation. You speak when it is essential, sharing only what holds truth and value. Get your freaking mic on, bro. Like, dude, get your mic on. Dude.
Okay.
Dude.
Okay.
Dude.
So number 3, unshakable resolve, not much phases you. My mom always says that, son, all hell can be breaking loose, and you just sitting there cool and calm, putting a plan together. That this is just. I'm almost aghast right now. Like, this is
okay. So I think collectively as a community, we can all put a 1 in the side chat if you feel like this first point describes Big Homie, and put a 2 if you don't think it does. Next point, Big Homie, I'm muting you because you're screaming on a potato. Silent warrior standing quietly and alone. Oh, okay. That is
me. That is me. That is literally me right there.
Right.
That is literally me. This is crazy.
I told you.
What?
Dude,
we're good. Champagne. Hold on.
Yeah, go.
And
Honestly,
I just wanted to say again, I had no idea this was Big Homie. I had no idea at all.
Crazy.
I really had no idea.
Yo, speak only what is vital. Like, yo, I don't believe in no wasted communication.
Yeah, few words.
Even from a young age, you have displayed a steadfast desire to do what is right, guided by your inner. There's a super chat blocking my screen. I can't.
Yeah, man. Listen, I'm doing my best. Okay,
your inner compass toward integrity and justice. Like, I swear to you on my life, I used to be in my neighborhood looking like, man, I have to do something about this. Like, natural ability to. My mom always says that I have the spirit of discernment. You carry an innate gift to perceive others on a deep level. Your ability to intuitively understand people and situations allows you to bring clarity, wisdom, and alignment wherever you go. Thank you, sweetheart. Constant state of a let's go! Let's. I promise you, you cannot sneak up on me. You cannot catch me. If you go, you better be on your P's and Q's if you come for the big fella. I promise you, I'm gonna constant state of alertness. Like Teros, you are always attuned, present, and aware. This heightened state of vigilance empowers you to respond with precision and wisdom when it is most needed. This is 100% facts. This.
How bad is that, homie? Remember what I told you?
Azria.
Remember what I told you? It's gonna validate the little threads that make you you. This woman didn't even know who this was.
No, because we gave the real name. We never said, we gave your real name, and that was it. We never said anything else.
And I'm sorry to say this woman. That was very rude. I know exactly who you are.
So is this why Beverly? So Beverly, this is why you asked me who's Keith?
Yeah, that's why I asked you who's Keith. Who's Keith?
I was like, man, that's me.
Yeah, Keith, it's you.
That is my wow.
And if I could just add, yeah, and if I could just add one other point to the terrors as well.
I'm surprised this thing didn't crash. Man. You got whoa, they got 3,687 people watching. All right, y'all, we're gonna get back to what makes our channel pop. I'm gonna stop this live stream and start another one about Diddy thingy. Let's start another one. Two minutes, y'all. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. We start another live stream in not even 2 minutes. 30 seconds. Peace out, y'all.